Okay, both are going, Madam Chair, anytime.
Okay. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is January 13th, 2021. The time is almost 9:30 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom given the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in the state of California. We have one matter on the agenda today, and that is Parklane Cleaners, case number 6189-1, and it is for a regular variance that has been duly noticed to the public. And who is representing Parklane Cleaners today?
Good morning. Again, apologies for the problems with Zoom. This is David Nick. I'm the son of Fred Nick. I have some experience in managing and helping my dad run the cleaners.
Okay. Mr. Nick, at this time, can you spell your name for the record, please?
Of course. David. The last name is spelled N as in Nancy, I-K.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. And can you tell us what is your, do you have a title with Parklane Cleaners, or you're just representing your parents and your family business?
I am representing, but I've worked there since I was 14, so I'm fairly familiar with the business.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Nick. And who is representing the executive officer for the district today?
Good morning, Stacy Pruitt for the executive officer.
Good morning, Ms. Pruitt. Mr. Nick, have you had an opportunity to view any of our proceedings on the 1421 cases so far?
I've viewed. They've given me everything I should know. It's in front of me. I've read as much of it as I could and understand most of it. I don't know if I should give an opening statement or if that doesn't really matter at all, but I'm going
to explain to you what the proceeding is, who we are, and what the proceeding is. Are you able to see us on webcast at all?
You know, the problem is that if I do come into Zoom, supposedly then this phone wouldn't work, so I can't be on Zoom twice, I guess. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure if I could see you guys if I wanted to.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
because they told me to log out.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna tell you who we are and how the process will work today, so you have some idea of how it will go. So just to be clear, we are the hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. We are independent of the district. And we are not the rule makers. We simply have the authority to grant a variance request if the findings that the legislature has set down for us are met. And so I can go over those in a moment. However, there are 5 members of this board. I am the chair of the board and the attorney member. I'm Julie Prusak. With us also is the vice chair and engineer member, Mr. Mohan Balagopalan. We also have our medical member, Dr. Alan Bernstein. We have 2 other members. The Honorable Senator Nate Holden is a member, and Ms. Cynthia Verdugo Peralta is the final and 5th member of the board. You've heard that Ms. Pruitt is going to be representing the district. And we'll simply be asking questions and taking a position one way or the other on the request that we're considering today. So how it will work is, first I will, since this proceeding is much like a judicial proceeding, I'm going to swear in all witnesses who will give testimony, and that would include yourself. And then we'll start with you, and if you want to give a brief opening statement of your position and what you're asking of the board today, that would be the opportunity to do that. Then Ms. Pruitt is going to give an opening statement on the district's position. And then we'll come back to you, and you can tell us anything you want for this board to consider. We're also going to be marking the exhibit that you sent to us, as well as a few other exhibits, which I'll make sure you have received. The Ms. Pruitt will then ask you questions, and the board will ask questions as well. And what we're looking for, I will not have, I won't share the screen since you can't see us, but we're looking for evidence to support 6 findings that we need to make. Those findings are that Parklane Cleaner is or will be in violation of a rule, and that should be very straightforward. If you're using a perk machine after December 31st of last year, then that satisfies that condition for 1421, Rule 1421. The second finding is that non-compliance and any resulting harm to your business is based on conditions that were beyond your reasonable control. And by you, I mean Parklane Cleaners, not just you personally. And I'm going to get back to that finding in a moment, because there are other considerations that we take into account because you are a small business. We need to also find that we would have a practical closing and elimination of your lawful business without a variance. We would then have to weigh that closing or taking against a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants if we do not grant a variance today. We also have to see that you have taken into consideration curtailing your operations instead of coming today to request a variance, if that's possible. Also, that you are willing to reduce to the maximum extent feasible any excess emissions over the requested variance period. And finally, that you are willing to monitor those excess emissions, which is required anyway under 1421. But let me just talk about the one finding that we tend to really spend a lot of time on, the most time on in these dry cleaner cases that we've been hearing a number of. And that is, first of all, we take into account in whether it's beyond your reasonable control to comply, the date in which 1421 was amended to include the December 31st, 2020 deadline, and that was in 2002. So we would want to know what you've done or what Parklane Cleaners has done to try and comply previously. And then we will also consider, because you are a small business, any claimed ignorance of the rule. So when did you actually know the rule included a December 31st, 2020 deadline, and why it took longer than 18 years to know that, and also your financial ability to comply. So those are all very important factors that we will consider today. And with all of that, first I'm going to swear you in and any witness who may be testifying for the district. So anyone who has camera capability, please turn the camera on. And everyone who is being sworn in, and that includes you, Mr. Nick, to please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, there are a few other small issues we need to deal with, which is a number of documents that we have now received. First of all, we received an email on January 5th of this year from the clerk, but it forwards an email from January 2nd, Saturday, January 2nd, from Mr. Frednick. Is Frednick your father, David?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so from Mr. Frednick with 5 points that Mr. Nick would like this board to consider. And we're going to mark that email as exhibit number 1. That's for petitioner. In addition, we received yesterday proposed variance conditions from Ms. Pruitt through the clerk of the board. And we're going to mark those proposed variance conditions as exhibit A as in apple. And Mr. Nick, do you have those prepared proposed variance conditions in front of you?
Is that the notice of public hearing to consider grant variance?
No, it is a one-page document that says respondents propose variance conditions on top, and it's numbered 1 through 5.
1 through 5. Not finding decisions. Let me see. This is my sister Sharon.
Stacy, hi. Ms. Pruitt? Is this Ms. Pruitt?
Hi. Hello, how are you?
Hi, yes, I spoke to you yesterday.
Yes.
It's Nikki. Yes.
Hi.
So what the question you're asking is what was it? Because I have the notes here.
This is actually Chair of the Hearing Board, Julie
Oh,
Prusa.
here, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
And my question to you is, do you have in front of you the proposed variance conditions that Ms. Pruitt sent?
Yeah, it has 1 through 5, I believe. It says
That is
responders proposed variance conditions. Yes.
Yes, so we're going to be marking that right now before we begin the hearing as Exhibit
Okay, I have that.
A for Apple.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition, Ms. Pruitt sent, is it January 13th? Yes, on January 13th, Ms. Pruitt sent to Mr. Frednick, to your father, an email that enclosed a declaration of Mr. Mark Vonderow. Do you have that as well?
She sent, it said subject rule 515 outlining 6 variance findings. Is that what it is?
No, it was an email that says,
On the 13th?
the subject says declaration of Mark Vonderow.
Declaration on the 13th. Wow. Okay. I don't know why it's not showing up. Hold on. Let me look in my junk for some reason if it would go in there.
It would be on January 13th.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, sorry, that's today.
Yes.
Today.
So not today. So it was today, or
It was today. I apologize. I'm saying it as if it's not today.
today?
It's at 7 o'clock a.m. this morning.
7 o'clock a.m. Yes, I do. I have that one.
Okay, thank you.
And what
very
was that for?
And it encloses a declaration of Mark Vonderow.
Okay. Yeah, they sent it today, so I couldn't print it. I'm looking at it on my phone.
Okay. And Miss Nick, is your last name Nick as well?
Yeah, I just go by Nikki. Everyone knows me as Nikki when I'm calling.
Okay. Nikki, are you planning to testify as well today?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
But
Then.
since some of the some of the stuff is kind of on the email comes to my phone, that's why I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I'm not testifying.
I would swear you in if you wanted to speak. You could do that.
Yeah,
but-
Prusa, is that going to be the B? I'm sorry, the declaration.
I'm sorry, I did not. I haven't.
Oh,
So
okay.
the email that is enclosing the declaration, we will mark that email that was sent this morning as Exhibit B as in boy, and the declaration itself as C as in Charlie. And board members, since for this hearing, that declaration was not sent in accordance with Rule 9 of our hearing board rules, it will not be direct evidence. If I want to make sure that petitioner has an opportunity to review it, and then we can consider it as hearsay evidence. Okay. With that, I believe we have everything that preliminary out of the way. Mr. Nick, if you'd like to give a opening statement at this point, a brief opening statement, this would be the time for that.
Okay. Most of the opening statements will probably be in the email that my father sent. My main opening statement is that we have done our best to stay open as a dry cleaning business. We are considered an essential business by LA County, and not just that fact, but the fact that we are located in LAX, and the majority of our customers are TSA agents, fire, paramedics, police, and airline workers. And we are probably one of the most vital businesses in that area because a lot of other cleaners have just closed down due to COVID. And we are trying our best to stay open, and we're trying our best to reduce as many things as we can to stay compliant with the rules from South Coast Air Quality Management, but it has been such a, as you all know, such a chaotic time from 14 days to slow the spread, and now we're going to be most likely in 12 months or maybe longer, 18 months, that I think everything just got thrown into the spin cycle. I'm sure everyone else's lives, including yours, has all kind of went up in smoke. So we are kind of throwing ourselves at your mercy to allow us to stay open as long as possible, and we will comply as the best as we can to reduce as many emissions as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. I turn it to Ms. Pruitt for your opening for the district.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Prusik and members of the board. Good morning, Nikki and David from Parklane Cleaners. Before you this morning is a petition for a regular variance seeking relief from Rule 1421, specifically from the provisions that prohibit the use of PERC dry cleaning systems after December 31st, 2020. This petition is one of several requests for similar relief that I know that you have reviewed from my colleagues. And as earlier stated in hearings by my colleagues, the district is reviewing such petitions on a case-by-case basis. After an evaluation of this variance petition, the district initially was going to reserve its opinion and recommendation. However, I've since determined that there are a number of fees that need to be paid by the facility before they could operate in compliance. And we are in the process of drafting a new condition should the board grant the variance today. And with that, I will be opposed until and unless we can figure out a path for them to become current on their fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pruitt. Will that come out in, what fees are you talking about?
Yes, some of the issues are the permit expired on January 6th of this year. And it's be due to non-payment of the annual renewal fees that were billed on October 2nd, 2020. They would need to submit a reinstatement form, which is Form 200D, and pay a fee of $421.02, plus a penalty fee of $210.51. But those numbers may be adjusted. We've got people in the office working on that right now. And we would ask for a brief break later in the morning to ascertain the actual amount, if it can be reduced. They owe an emission fee and a hotspot fee totaling $386.61 for the last 2 years that have not been paid. If a variance is granted, we would ask that a condition be imposed to address these fees before any operation of a PERC machine would be allowed.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be more precise so we understand what we're considering. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to turn it back to you, and this is your opportunity to say anything additional you wish to say in support of evidence for the 6 findings that the board needs to make. I just wanted, before you do that, I just wanted to be clear. I had read the statement of your father, and we appreciate having that statement since he's not with us today. And I noticed that in particular, there's discussion of rules 515 and 518 of the district being amended on back in the 1990s when there was no pandemic, and realizing those rules apply to our variance rules. And just to be very clear, this board, and there were other statements made, this board has no authority, no jurisdiction to amend or suspend any rules. The only authority this board has is to collect evidence for the 6 findings for a variance and determine whether a variance is justifiable. And so I just wanted to be clear about that, since that was something that was raised in your father's submission. But with that, anything you would like to add at this time, and then we'll ask questions, and so will Ms. Pruitt.
You know, I've read the 6 variances, and again, I thank you so much for allowing me to speak on behalf of my father. I know this is a strange time, so I do appreciate your kindness in this, and I will do the best I can to address those issues. I think we have done our best, and I think this problem with the fees was misunderstanding on our part because of all of the things that were going on for us to try to, keep our business open. A lot of things did slip through the cracks. It was definitely just not AQMD. We made some mistakes with water and power because of, problems in billing. We've made some mistakes with our own, other issues to run our business. So it was a mixture of so many things happening all at once. We're kind of trying to, take all the water out of the boat as fast as possible, and some things kind of slipped through the cracks. So I really do apologize. It was nothing intentional. I think we have no problem paying any of those fees or fines, as soon as possible. The other part of this is that we have, due to the COVID, we have reduced our dry cleaning to probably 1 load a day, which is maybe 50 or 60 pounds. And that's almost a 75–80% reduction in the amount of clothes that we've cleaned. We do our best to do as much wet cleaning as possible, but unfortunately most of our customers' uniforms, our heavy wool police officer uniforms do require dry cleaning. In the aspect of some of the questions, I'm not sure if I should answer it now or wait for you to ask me about why it took us so long. So I'll leave that open until you guys ask me, then I can explain to you further some of the reasoning.
I think, Mr. Nick, it would be appropriate for you to go ahead and say anything you want, including what you have done in terms of your attempts to comply in the past, those kinds of things. And I know, for example, you have attached, do you have the petition in front of you? I know attached to the petition is both a sales agreement from 2020 in February and an estimate, I believe, in March of 2020. And if you want to explain to us what those papers are, and go ahead and do that, and then we'll ask questions if anything remains.
Okay. So to the question of since the ruling, why we haven't changed the machine sooner. The ruling happened, I think, a year and a half before that. We did purchase a brand new perchloroethylene machine. We had no idea that this perc was going to be phased out. And in any reasonable business practice, we want to get the most we can out of our initial investment of the machine. It would be like buying a new car, and the car lasts 10 years, and in 5 years we just throw it away. It would be financially kind of negligent of us to just get rid of the perc machine to get a new one. We have saved money throughout these past years to buy a new hydrocarbon machine. And what happened is that these estimates are based on our desire, because we were going to buy it before, of course, the end of 2020. The money was saved up, the pandemic started, and then all of those reserves started to go into all of the things that we couldn't pay for because the businesses were shut down. And even though we were an essential business, our volume went down about 80%. So we had to make our payroll, we had to make our rent, we had to make our all of the other taxes and fees and fines that we have to pay, not fines, insurance and all these things. That dipped into our fund to purchase a new machine. In the process, and since the beginning of this, of the ruling, I think in 2002, 2003, we have steadily, on a regular basis, have shifted most of our cleaning to wet cleaning as much as possible. So in the past, everything was dry cleaned, and we have probably shifted at least 70% of all of our things to be wet cleaned in washers, and we hang them to dry. So we have always tried our best to reduce the use of perc as much as we could, because ideally it's much cheaper for us and sometimes it's better to wet clean, but we still needed to use the machine off and on for garments that that we could not wet clean. And I think that's most of the questions. I apologize if I've missed anything.
No, Mr. Nick, that was actually quite helpful. And so what I'll do now is for filling in the blanks, I'm going to turn it to Ms. Pruitt, and then the board will ask questions as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nick. And I would just like to first say that, I apologize in advance because most of my conversations have been with Mr. Frednick, and the preparation that I was trying to do was with Mr. Frednick. And so this is going to be a little different speaking with David Nick, as I have not spoken with him. I've spoken with Nikki as well. And so, Mr. Nick, if I ask you anything that does not sound familiar to you, please don't hesitate to ask me to rephrase a question, or it's okay to have an I don't know answer, because we did not get to communicate. I only communicated with your father and your sister. So again, board, please excuse me if it seems a little scattered, because this is, I got new information this morning, and I also found out late that it would be David Nick presenting instead of his father. With that, thank you. Mr. Nick, you took the oath today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can I ask, how long has your dry cleaning facility been in business?
I think since 1986.
Thank you. And so Parklane Cleaners has been operating since 1986 with your father?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you a part of the business in 1986?
Oh, I was not an employee, but I have, as most children of immigrants do, worked for our family business. Yes, I have worked in that business since probably the early 90s, late 80s.
Thank you. And are you in any way affiliated with Parklane Cleaners that is on La Cienega and Obama Boulevard in Los Angeles?
On La Cienega and Obama? No, ma'am.
Thank
That's
you.
a different business.
Thank you. And you are located in the city of Los Angeles, correct?
Correct. I think Westchester.
Okay.
I think that would be what we consider.
Okay, and that's still within the county of Los Angeles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are you located mainly near commercial or a residential area?
I think it's a mixture.
Okay.
I don't know if I would classify as either one.
Are you near any schools?
I don't think so, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you first obtain your current perk machine?
To my best knowledge, I think in 2001 or maybe 2000. I'm not exactly sure, but one of those years, 2000 or 2001, I think.
Okay, and would it sound familiar to you if the perk machine that you all have is manufactured in 2002?
If it was manufactured in 2002? I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question again one more time?
Sure. Does it sound familiar to you, or would it refresh your recollection if I stated to you that the perk machine that we have on file for you was manufactured in the year 2002?
I don't know if that would be familiar. I'm not really sure. I would have to go to the store and check to see when the manufacturing date of that machine was.
Madam Chair, I see Senator Holden's hand raised.
Oh, yes.
What man absent? One of your members.
Yes. Dr. Bernstein, are you present? Dr. Bernstein? Did we lose Dr. Bernstein?
Yes, ma'am. I am present.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
I didn't want to interrupt.
if you want to just let us know.
Camera, I
if
am
you,
present.
okay. If we can stay on camera as much as possible, and if we need to go off camera, but you are still monitoring the hearing? Dr. Bernstein?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure, because your camera's off, so just making sure you are still monitoring the hearing, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I am still in present.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Pruitt.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. So I was asking if it sounded familiar to you that the manufacture year of your PERC machine was 2002.
Yes, I don't know if that's familiar. I think it's been so long I don't remember, but I'm not. I can, you know what, I can check back and I guess come back with that. Is that possible for me to find out?
Sure. It's of no great import at this very moment. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay. Now, do you have any other dry cleaning equipment on site?
In terms of the PERC machine, or do you mean like the boiler, or I don't understand the question. Specifically?
Specifically, the dry cleaning machines. Do you have another PERC, any other PERC
Oh,
equipment?
no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you know how many gallons of PERC that you are permitted to use each year?
That unfortunately I don't know right now. I could call and find out. Give me a moment. No, I don't know how much I'm permitted per year, but I know that it's been reduced as far as I can remember. Oh, I'm sorry. It says total quantity of solvent that is used in the facility should not exceed 67 gallons per calendar year.
Yes.
And yes, so not 67, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So can I ask you, do you know the current capabilities or mileage of your machine? Or in other words, how many pounds of clothes your machine can process with 1 gallon of PERC?
Oh, that that might be too much of a technical question. I know that our capacity has been reduced, but I don't know the exact efficiency of this PERC machine. How many pounds of clothes can it clean per gallon of PERC? Give me one moment. Let me see if I can find that in the papers that we've left me. If you could just provide me about 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
So in here, which is the application, if I go there. And your application, see there's this section, I think. Because there was something for calculation, and they told me they'd have someone tell us if we didn't know how to calculate it. Something with the calculation. See, like, they said someone would give us like an engineer. I think
it's on number 19. It says estimated excess emissions, and Nikki said that someone was supposed to call us to show us how to calculate that number as far as
an engineer with the
efficiency of our machine. I'm sure I could probably figure it out in a couple of hours if I go and just look at the machine. But so I would say, to the best of my knowledge, I am so sorry I can't answer that question. I don't know exactly. I don't even think my father would know exactly at that amount right now.
Okay. Well, I have a calculation for that number, but perhaps we can speak at the break rather than go through it now for me to try to remind.
Okay, well, yeah, why don't we plan to take a break? Not now, but break time, and we can come back to that question.
Exactly. Thank you. Let me skip ahead then. Well, let me ask you then, when did you last purchase PERC?
If you give me 10 seconds, I'm going to confirm with my father. I'll call him at the store, and he can tell me the last time he purchased PERC.
Would you
Yeah,
like,
I
would you like
apologize.
to, why don't you take a list of questions that your father might be able to answer? And then when we take a
Sure.
break, you can do that all at the same time. So,
That would be great.
so the mileage of your machine as well as the last time, and I would assume the quantity of perk that was added to the machine.
Yes, well, you know, I have a few more questions along that line. So perhaps this would, if you can't answer any of them, I'll ask them slowly and you can say that you'd like to defer giving me an answer. Is that sufficient?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you. So the question was, when did you last purchase perk? And how many gallons?
Okay, so if you answered that there was 50 gallons of perk purchased in 2020 of April. Of 2020 of April.
Thank you. And how many gallons remain?
To the best of my knowledge, we were probably at roughly the same because our capacities went down about 80%. I don't think we've actually lost any share. But I can get back to you that in a couple of minutes if you want.
Okay, well, no. As the chair said, perhaps you can list the questions and get an answer to all of them at the same time. So you don't have to go back and forth. It might be easier for you to speak to your father and get the information for all of them. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. That would be great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. If that's acceptable to the chair. Thank you.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense to the chair.
Thank you. So the last question was how many gallons remain, and I'll move on to ask you around how much of your business relies on the use of your perk machine.
Okay, how much of our business relies on the use of the perk machine? Off the top of my head, I think I would say, I don't know, 30% of it relies. I mean, as far as the quantity of clothes that we do, maybe 30, 20%. But the problem is that without the perk machine, most likely we would not be able to function because it's the driving force.
30 to 50%, depending on
Okay,
what our
so,
job is.
you know, I think that we may have a bit of a foundational issue here with you having the knowledge required to answer some of the questions. So it's okay to give an I don't know and then add it to the question that you will ask your father rather than give just an arbitrary number.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do that.
And also, if I think we hear your sister on the phone in the background, and it's interfering with our ability to hear the hearing. So if there's conversation,
My apologies.
if they can be held in a separate room, or just hold the questions that we need to ask your father. You need to ask your father for a break.
Yes, ma'am. Well, that will be done. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would ask the percentage estimate of dry cleaning versus wet cleaning. I know you spoke to that earlier, but if you have just a tight number or an accurate estimate, that would be helpful.
I'm writing down that question as well so I can get a perfect estimate for you.
Thank you. And my next question was going to be to explain how your business has been impacted by the pandemic, but I do believe that you did that fairly well in the beginning. So my last question, absent the information that I got this morning, was, are you current on all of your permit fees? And if I might add, Chair, I did speak to his father and let him know that the permit fees were not up to date, but I did not know the extent of them when we spoke. And I've just this morning got the numbers, and they're revising them as we speak to see if there are any discounts or anything that they can give. I'll move on now to, do you know if your dad is a part of any dry cleaner association or organization?
No, he is not, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you know if he or are you familiar with Rule 1421? Excuse me, that's compound. Let me ask it this way. Are you familiar with Rule 1421?
If I can see what it is, I would tell you if I'm familiar. I don't know exactly the number. Is this the rule that we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, Rule 1421. Give me 10 seconds. 1994 Rule 1421. Is that the one you're talking about, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, I am familiar with it.
So you were aware then that 1421 required that perk machines could no longer be used as of January 1, 2021?
Yes, ma'am. We were aware of that rule the beginning of last year. Yes. Well, yes.
Thank you. And can you tell me what actions with specificity did you take to come into compliance with Rule 1421?
Well, we for a long time we were put away money to buy a new hydrocarbon machine, and in that process, while we were saving money to buy a new hydrocarbon machine, we started to curtail and reduce our use of our perk machine and increase our use of wet cleaning. That would be the best answer I can give to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you have plans to purchase any new equipment or anything like that? Did you have any particular path that you laid out, something that you had set out in detail to become compliant?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We plan to buy a new machine in the start of. We plan to buy a new machine before 2020 and before even, I'd say 2015 or 16. We've already planned to buy a new machine, and our plan was to buy it in the beginning of 2020. And as you. So yes, the answer is yes. We did have a plan worked out.
Perhaps, Ms. Pruitt, if you don't mind me interjecting, Mr. Nick, do you have in front of you the petition that was submitted for this matter? That was signed by your.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, there are 2 attachments to that petition. Perhaps if you could, could you tell us if you're familiar with them?
There's attachments at the end that had some questions. Is that what you're referring to?
You had one attachment that is a sales agreement from U.S. Western Multitech and also an estimate.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I have those right here.
Okay, are you familiar with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would that assist you, and can you tell us about those in response to Ms. Pruitt's questions? Oh, I don't know what those are. I don't think the board does either.
Can I give you a more concise answer after the break? Let me ask my father about this mainly. I can give you a general question, which is these are the estimates for us to purchase a hydrocarbon machine.
Oh, okay. And I guess the follow-up questions to that would be, what are your plans in regard to the purchase of a hydrocarbon machine at this point?
Oh, at this point, this would kind of go into our general point is that the moment the governor of California or however opens up the city and the state for business, which will allow people to go out and socialize, which will increase, will kind of give us a stable business, then without a doubt, the moment that happens, we will buy and change our machine, because then we know we can recoup the initial investment of the machine. If we, for example, by a horrible chance that you guys do not allow us a variance, for us to buy a new machine would be kind of financially negligent, because we don't know what the governor would do. We don't know what COVID is going to happen. It could last another 4 years. It could last 4 months. So our deep desire is to change our machine. And we should have, could have, would have in the past. We definitely might have not done the best job, but we will change this machine.
So I guess what I would ask then, to narrow it, do you have specific numbers or an idea other than things just getting better with COVID? Do you have something that you can hang your hat on, something that you can rely on, a number? Maybe this would be a better question for your dad. I don't know if foundationally you have the answer to this, but something more concrete rather than as things get better, because we have to have a date to end this, or a date certain.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to cut you off. Can you finish?
Well, I was just trying to say that if we can get some sort of a date certain, or what you're looking for to happen other than things just to generally get better. We're looking for something that's, I'm looking for something that's a little more certain than that. So something that we can hang our hat on as a trigger for you to begin the process.
Let me jump in one more time, and since perhaps, well, let me just ask, Ms. Pruitt, are you going to have a lot more questions? Because otherwise I can let Ms. Nick know what.
I do not have.
Sorry.
And perhaps it might be a good idea for me to kind of summarize the questions I have for him, so that he can get a better understanding by speaking to his father, who it seems like might have the most knowledge rather than it being speculative.
And let's shortcut this. Mr. Nick, is there a reason why your father cannot be present today?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Work emergency. We have 1 or 2 employees that are out. So it was either I go man the store, but I couldn't open the store, so he had to. It was a deep emergency. We've kind of been shorthanded for the past couple of weeks due to everything that's going on. So he sincerely apologizes. He wishes he would have been here, but
okay,
to the circumstances. Yes.
We can understand that to a certain degree. However, this is your request for a variance, and
Yes.
it is upon the petitioner to supply the evidence that this board needs in order to be able to grant any kind of variance today. So if it's going to be a lot of back and forth where the questions cannot be answered, it might make sense during a break to switch places perhaps with your father, so that we can have the most knowledgeable person present. Not Mr. Nick, that you haven't been able to speak eloquently. That's not an issue, but we need to have the person with the most firsthand knowledge, so that we can have the evidence presented that we need. Again, because it is your burden to do that. We can ask the questions, but if we can't get the answers, that's a problem.
Yes, ma'am. I've written down all the questions,
There will be more. For example, Ms. Pruitt's going to have more questions. The board will have more questions. And in particular, what I was going to say is when we take a break, I want you to explain to your father and be aware that this board has heard a number of matters with regard to 1421 and dry cleaners. And we have tried to be very consistent in not only our findings, but in our decision. And 2 of the things we have been very consistent with, not only do the 6 findings need to be made, which I think you're presenting a good case, and you have maybe more holes to fill in, but also we're expecting a path forward to compliance. And so the longest we have granted, I think at this point, has been to the end of April. And that's only because a path to compliance has been presented to the board that can be completed by that time. Also, we have been putting every dry cleaner that we have granted a variance to under strict conditions of a limitation over the entire life of the variance to no more than 800 pounds of clothing, which is somewhat equivalent to 1 gallon of perk. So when you speak with your father or your father comes back, we'll need someone to be able to speak to those things, and whether that's something that you can speak to, a path forward to compliance, and whether you can abide by such limitations.
Yes, ma'am. I wrote that question down as well.
Okay. And I'm gonna turn it back over to Ms. Pruitt for whatever additional questions you have, and then we can take that break. You are muted, Ms. Pruitt.
I see. Thank you. The line of questions that I have go to probably your father, because the question is, he is the person, is he the person who typically runs the business on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, ma'am. I'm also involved in day-to-day, but more of a support system.
Have you personally spoken to any of our inspectors from the district?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Why? I think that most of my questions would have to be answered by your father at this point.
I think,
Yeah,
and if you go and speak to your father and then bring that information back, it's 100% hearsay, we would call it, because we can't then ask your father follow-up questions. So I think at this point, we will need to hear from him. Is that, can we take a 15-minute break? Can you then speak with your father and see if it's possible to have him be represented?
Yes, ma'am. I will call him, and then what I can do is have him maybe call you if he possibly can, but I would have to rush over there and cover him so he can call. We all both apologize. It was just such a strange time. I am very, very sorry. I will call on the break. I will call him, and I'll make sure that I can find a way to conference him in the phone at the same time.
And would giving you how long would it take for you to go to the cleaners and substitute for your father there so he can attend the hearing? How long would that take?
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me see. Okay, ma'am, it would probably take me about half an hour to get there. For him to either drive back, or if it's possible, he can be on the phone and call in from a Zoom phone number the same way I did. Would that be a possibility?
Pardon me for speaking now, but this is Mr. Nick calling me on my personal phone, right, on my district cell phone, which is unusual. If I may just have one moment, maybe I can help take care of this right now.
Yes, let's try to facilitate this.
Thank you. Mr. Nick.
Mohan?
I wanted to bring your attention to Rule 505, lack of permit, because we heard the permit is expired.
Let me pull it up.
Okay, excuse me one second. Let me speak to the chair, and give me one moment, okay?
Thank you,
Okay,
Mohan.
you're welcome. Hello, this is a little unusual. I spoke to Mr. Nick is on the phone now, and he says that if his son were to come to the facility now, it would probably take him about 20 minutes, but it would take him an additional 20 to get to where his son is. I propose that he just take the call where he is, so that if his son can get there in 20 minutes, then he can take the telephone call at the location he is, so we won't have to wait the 40 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Would that suffice if he's able to take the call in roughly 20 minutes?
Yeah, and in that time, Mr. Balagopalan has brought to the board's attention Rule 505 of the district, lack of permit, and where it states the hearing board shall not receive or accept a petition for a variance for the operation or use of any article, machine, equipment, or other contrivance until a permit to operate has been granted by the executive officer and is in effect, or has been denied by the executive officer, or unless such equipment is exempt from permit requirements. And so in that break, Ms. Pruitt, if you want to come back and give a position of the district on whether we can in fact hear this petition at this point.
Certainly.
Just to throw another wrench in it for you. Okay. So in 20,
Thank you so much.
in 20 minutes, so the right now on the table is to take a 20-minute break, at which time at 10:40 we'll have Mr. Frednick on the Zoom call on phone.
Yes, and if also, just so that you are aware, one of the reasons why we were developing the condition is excuse me one second. Mr. Nick, give me a moment. I'm speaking to the chair on the issue. Okay. Oh, okay. One of the reasons we're developing the condition, when I advised Mr. Nick last week, at the end of last week, that they had fees due, he said, we're prepared to pay them. And he asked, can I pay them right now? Who are they? And, I can't take those payments. And one of the reasons why I mentioned earlier on is I know that they are prepared to pay, and he has tried to do so, but oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at notes from staff to see how quickly that can transpire, since he is.
Do you want to wait and figure that out also in the break?
Okay, yeah. So we're trying to draft a condition right now so that he can make the payment contemporaneously with the hearing.
Okay.
And that's why we were trying to figure the numbers so we can get accurate numbers to him.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I will advise him that to have his son come, and then we will resume in roughly 20 minutes. Shall we say 25, just so that they have enough time to dial in?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say we're going to meet back at 10:50, 10:50. So we're going to take a little more than a 25-minute break, resume at 10:50 with Mr. Frednick, who will sworn in and hopefully be able to fill in the gaps of evidence that we need for the hearing, and also an answer with regard to moving forward in the absence of a valid permit to operate.
Thank you.
Okay, we are off the record, but please, Mr. Nick, David, please do not hang up or leave the Zoom call.
No, ma'am.
Trouble getting.
I'm actually I'm heading to my car, and I will be there as soon as possible, but I'll keep the phone on.
Yes, but you can mute it though. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we are on break, and we'll be back at 10:50.
Yes, Chair Prusak, if he could definitely mute it to avoid extraneous and possible noises we wouldn't want to hear on the record.
Okay, can I mute him? I see.
No,
I
no,
can.
just tell him to do it. Thank you.
Okay, David, please mute your microphone. Can you know how to do that?
You can do it. It's on
Oh,
all.
yes, I've muted it. I will mute it again right now so you guys can't hear me.
Okay.
And it'll be muted right now.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think what he's doing is he's muting his phone.
Right. That's what we're asking you. I just didn't want anything embarrassing to come over the record, in this car.
Okay, of course. Thank you, Paul. Okay, we'll see everyone at 10 of.
Now it's unmuted.
Okay. Is either Alteresa or Faye or Paul available? I just want to make sure that you can hear me and see me. Is anyone there?
I can hear you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bondura. Thank you. I got kicked out because apparently I was signed in on my husband's account and he is running a Zoom meeting right now. So something weird happened. Okay, great. Thank you both. We're back off.
Hello, I'm muting. This is David Nick. I'm in the office with my father just in case anyone's there.
I am here. This is Julie Prusak, Mr. Nick. Okay, so you are there, and you'll be able to bring your father on in 5 minutes when we come back?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I am here, and my father is here as well. I'm giving him my phone. And thank you so much for taking the time. I really do apologize for not being able to answer all the questions. I wish I could have, but my father is here, and I'll leave the phone to you. Again, I really appreciate the time.
Actually, wait, David, before you go, we're not on yet. We're going to be back on in 5 minutes, so we're still on break.
Okay, would you guys need me?
Only if there are questions you wish to answer or anything else you wish to say, in which case you might want to stay, but if your dad can take it from here, then we.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stay. I have to go man the store. So again, thank you for the time. I appreciate the conversation. I'll leave it to my father now, and thank you.
Okay. And
Hello, Ms. Stacy.
okay. And we'll be back on the record in 5 minutes.
So David, do you want me to hang out? Do you want to hang out? No, just leave it like phone like this.
No, Mr. Nick, just please stand by, and in about 4 or 5 minutes, the rest of the hearing will reassemble after our break. So don't
thank you.
Don't hang up, but mute your phone if you don't want us to hear anything in the background.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Now they can hear us. It's up to you. You want to mute it or not?
No, okay, very good. Okay, love. I have it in my car, but there are gloves under the counter. There are gloves under the counter, but not the black one. Yeah. You know where the car, you have to put that.
Okay, we're going to begin reassembling after our break. So once we have everyone, just so everyone knows who's coming back, we do now have Mr. Frednick, who is joining the hearing by telephone. And we're just waiting for the rest of the board members to reassemble. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta is here. Just waiting for the senator and Dr. Bernstein, and then we will be able to continue. Okay, it is 10 of the hour. So Senator Holden, if you are present, if you can turn back on your video, as well as Dr. Bernstein. And once we know we're all here, we can begin the hearing. Okay, Dr. Bernstein is here. We're just waiting for Senator Holden. While we're waiting for Senator Holden, we can do some preliminaries. So we'll go back on the record. And Mr. Frednick, are you here now?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please just at this point spell your name for the record and let us know what capacity you represent Parklane Cleaners?
My first name is Fred, F-R-E-D. My last name is Nick, and as Nancy, I-K. I'm the owner of Parklane Cleaners.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
today and making that switch so that we could get the most direct evidence. Okay, all 5 members of the board are present. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Nick, is to swear you in because as we explained earlier to your son, it's a lot like a legal proceeding. So if you can raise your right hand and do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wonderful. So where we are in the proceedings, your son gave a helpful opening statement as to your position. And then Miss Stacy Pruitt, who I believe you have spoken to before, she is representing, she's representing the district today. And she was asking questions of David, and there were a number of questions that he did not have firsthand information on and was going to defer to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it over to, back over to Ms. Pruitt, who is going to go back and ask questions and ask additional questions that you can answer. So Ms.
Before
Pruitt,
that, can I wish everybody Happy New Year?
yes, you can. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pruitt, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nick. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. I'm doing fantastically. Thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear. There are a number of questions, some that I asked David, Nick, and that I think that you would probably be more the correct person to ask than he. So I'm going to back up just a little. And, you know, I heard you take the oath today. And so just to clarify, how long have you been in the dry cleaning business?
34 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're located in the city of Westchester in the county of Los Angeles?
That's very correct.
And are you in a residential or commercial area?
It's a good question because it's a mix. We have residential next to me, across the street, and we have a school across the street. And we have a gas station across the street. We have a liquor store. So it's a kind of mixed area.
So mixed use. Okay. So you mentioned a school across the street. What level is the school? Is it a university or is it?
No, this is kind of really, I'm sorry to use the not privileged kids under 5, I think. Something like that. Unprivileged students that they have a health problem.
So what age group, I should ask?
I have no idea. Sometimes they bring them with the help to run throughout the store to educate them somehow or make them busy, but could be
What would you say?
10, 15. Yes, ma'am.
Are they little kids or would they be more college age children or somewhere in
No,
between?
no, under college.
Okay, so high school or elementary, grade school, like 1 through 6?
And I really really don't know. It has been here for 34 years that I'm here, but this is not unprivileged kids. They have I don't know.
Oh, it's
There
okay.
is no, it's not a school, it's not high school, it's not a primary school, just they call it carousel school. That's what the name of the school is.
Oh, the carousel school. I'm very familiar with the carousel school. It's okay.
Oh, very nice. You know what I'm talking.
Yes, I know the carousel school, and the carousel school is a daycare facility through probably up to 6th grade at max.
But
And
yeah, but they are unprivileged. They are not a normal student. You know that.
I don't know about that, but okay.
Yeah,
And how excuse me, how close to the school are you?
You cross my street and you go another 500 yards and that's a school.
Okay, so less than 1,000 yards away?
I imagine.
I'm sorry,
yes.
you're saying 100 yards because you said 500 yards?
No, yeah, you see, if I go by step, probably 500 yards. If a step, each step is 1 yard, is about 500.
Okay, thank you.
And so don't quote me on that. I'm not perfect on those things.
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay. Excuse me 1 minute. I'm so sorry. There was noise in the background. So let me ask you, when did you first obtain your perk machine?
I kind of, after 2001, something like that, because when we got 1986, the machine got old. I think by the end of 2000, we had to replace it to a new one with a higher mileage. So I don't have any record of it.
Okay,
when probably 2001, 2000, something like that.
Would it refresh your recollection if I said that your first permit year was August of 2002?
That could be the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you know how many gallons of perk you're permitted to use a year?
I think my permit is about 67, something like that, if I'm right. If I call it, remember correctly.
Thank you. And do you know how many items or pounds of clothes that your machine can process with 1 gallon of perk?
That is a beautiful question because I have been trying to sell air quality management for many years. There are so many variety of the clothes coming. For example, one uniform of the mechanic has probably, let's say, 10 grams of oil, and one lady's plus silk maybe has even 0.001. So the poundage is a kind of mixed one. So our average mileage sometimes goes from 790 before the pandemic to 1,000 pounds per gallon. So it all depends of what kind of uniform we clean, whatever clothes, what season it is. So answering that one kind of difficult.
Well,
yes, ma'am.
So can you give me an estimate of the pounds of clothes that 1 gallon of perk can clean, to the best of your ability?
If I take an average of this 34 years of my experience with this machine, with this machine is punished, I can average from 950 950 pounds per gallon.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me see if I can pull up the rest of the questions that I had already. So can I ask you this? Have you operated the machine yet in 2021?
Of course, it's running today.
Are you aware that you are not permitted to run the equipment today?
I think it's Miss Stacy, right?
Yes.
Miss Stacy, we talked about it last week. I didn't have any permit to pay permit, and we were in contact with that. If you give me the permit, as I said the last week, I'm going to send a check the next day.
No, and we do understand that. However, and I'm sorry for interrupting. As I said then, and I maintain, I cannot give you permission to work outside of a rule. And we do understand your willingness to make the payment, and that's something we will discuss shortly. But in the meantime, can you tell us how much perk you think that you've used in 2021?
Well, I sent an email. I don't know whether you received my copy of my email. We are processing about maybe 30 to 40 pounds a day, meaning our machine is not even full because it's average 80 pounds. So the total poundage is about maximum 40 pounds a day. And we are working only 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yes, ma'am.
So did I understand correctly? You say you're running using probably 30 pounds a day. You're running 30 pounds a day, 3 days a week?
Minimum, yeah, from 30 to 40. It depends on which day. Mondays, we use more. Wednesdays is slower. Fridays is slower. So it all depends. So average from 30 to 40 is a good number, honest number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And so when was the last time that you purchased perk?
I think it was April last year.
And do you know how many gallons you purchased?
50 gallon. We usually buy 50 gallon because we want to stay below the number 67, and we're trying to use washing machine rather than dry cleaning if the item. Fortunately, nowadays people buy washable clothes, so majority of the clothes come as a washable. So we are 50 gallon before. Yes, ma'am.
Would that be correct to call that wet cleaning as opposed to dry cleaning? Is that the right terminology?
Well, wet cleaning was a new machine come, I think 2008, with a special pressing. The one I'm talking about is just regular house washing machine, because wet cleaning is different technology.
Okay, thank you. So how many gallons remain of the 50 that you ordered in April of 2020?
Well, based on the calculation I made, probably about 30 gallons more left, because probably more than that. Yeah, because we do about 400, and that's a 400 gallon a month. That's a 5,000 a year. And we had last year with 60 gallon, we had 7,000 pounds. I mean, the year before COVID. So I'm assuming 30 because we don't have a measurement and just look at the glass and see if the glass is half full. So that's a 25 gallon is less. So that's the way it's made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, around how much of your business relies on the use of the perk machine?
It's a really tough question. It is alteration, laundry, and dry cleaning, and press only. So I can say 100% because if you do not say we have a dry cleaning, nobody bring the business in. Or can I say 50% because I don't know, maybe. Now, let's see. Now we are about 25% of what we had before COVID. And maybe now 15% depends on the 15% of the previous COVID. It depends on dry cleaning.
I'm sorry.
But,
So can I clarify?
Yeah. Now, if I go standard with of today is 50%.
Okay. Can I clarify? So pre-COVID, can you tell me what the percentage of dry cleaning was?
I have no idea to give you any number. You're asking a question that needs really measurement. I don't want to lie. I just don't want to lie to you. I don't know. Sometimes
okay.
I'm more dry cleaning. Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to get an estimate in terms of how much of your business relies on dry cleaning as opposed to wet cleaning. Because
all of it is relied because we are dry cleaners. They come one piece for alteration. They come the other piece for dry cleaning. One customer, they have 3 different requests: laundry, dry cleaning, alteration, press on 4 different requests.
So,
I don't know
let
which one is more important.
If we were to separate your business into sections of dry cleaning, fluff and fold, or whatever that is, or press only, can you tell me what percentage require dry cleaning?
Your question is that what percentage we are using dry cleaning? If that's the question, 25, 35.
So 25 to 35%.
I don't know. You caught me on something I never thought of it. Which percentage is the business of dry cleaning?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. What is the point you're trying to make? Then I can really answer you rather than ask me a question, then come to conclusion. If you think that I can shut down the dry cleaning machine, no, I cannot.
Okay,
because if I shut down the dry cleaning machine, there won't be any business.
I'm sorry, if you can do me a favor and just answer the question that I asked you, that would be very.
Mr. Nick, this is Julie Persek, the chair. Please just answer the questions as they're asked. And if you need to estimate, let us know you're estimating. If you really need to make considerations in your answers, just let us know what those considerations are. But please answer the questions.
With pleasure.
Thank you. So all I'm trying to ascertain is, would you, and we won't hold you to the exact number, would you estimate that 1/3 of your business, 1/2 of your business, or what would your estimate be that the percentage of dry cleaning makes up of your business?
No, actually meaning that your business, meaning that the business is that if you are asking about the business, 100% is dry cleaning, because if you are not dry cleaning, the other business doesn't come in. But what percentage I'm processing is about this between 30 to 40%. But business-wise, let me give you an example. For example, today, one customer comes, he had a 2 pencil alteration, 2 shift laundry, and 1 piece press only. So if I do not do the dry cleaning, I don't have the other 2, 3 business. So I really cannot answer the question, because if there's no dry cleaning, there is no alteration, there's no laundry. Because majority of our customers coming here, they have different things to do.
Okay, we understand that. Putting that aside, can you just answer the question, approximate what percentage of the clothing that comes through you and your processing is actually dry cleaned? So we can have an
30 to 40%.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Move on from there.
I shall. Well, so can I ask you, Mr. Nick, your son didn't believe so, but are you a part of any dry cleaner association or organization?
No, I'm not.
And are you familiar with Rule 1421?
No, but if you tell me, I read so many rules. Tell me what the rule is.
Well, let me ask you this, then were you aware that as of January 1, 2021, 1421 requires that you can no longer use perk machines?
I was very aware of it, and I received a notice from you. We applied for variance on December or November last year.
So November or December of 2020.
That's correct.
I think he's saying that he applied for a variance, which we can say, looking at the petition, he applied on December 9th, 2020.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So can I ask you then, when did you first become aware that as of January 1, 2021, you could no longer use perk machines?
Last year, March, which I decided to go and buy the union machine. I knew that I'm going to finish it, but I have to replace it by the end of December. I knew it many years ago by the young lady, because I think you delayed a time. It was one time was 2016, and then 2018, then 20. So I was all this time. I knew that I have to finish it by the end of 2020.
So then, in answer to my question, did you know as of March of 2020 or prior to March of 2020 that you would have to replace the perk machine?
No, March of 2020, I decided to go plan, because there are so many things to do with changing the machines. One of the most difficult is the floor preparation. So on March, but knowing it, probably 4 years, 2 years, I knew that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let me ask you, what preparation, since you've known for approximately 4 years of the change, what preparation did you make to come in compliance with Rule 1421, or the requirement that?
Changing my machine?
Yes.
That's what you're asking, right? Okay. The preparation was that to study which machine has a better quality and higher MTBF, and which one has a better parts and better mechanic available. Because there were so many companies that we go every year with the show, but the downtime of them was not even 72 hours. So at the end of last year, no, not the end of the year before 2019, we find that the union is coming to kind of better quality, the best possible with the lowest down payment, down time, and highest MTBF. So my plan was that to make sure that the machine I'm going to get is the best and not going to put me down.
Okay, so did you have a plan of when you expected to be operational?
Yes, I think we were planning by the operation by December or November of last year.
And was it, is your testimony that COVID thwarted that effort?
Of course, Jen. Of course, my lady. COVID was the only reason. There was the only reason to change everything. The notion of wake up 6 o'clock in the morning and receive a call from a employee that her daughter, 5 years old, got the COVID and she cannot come is the same situation we had since March of last year.
Okay, so if I can ask you, what plan do you have now to come into compliance with 1421?
I have no plan now that I'm talking to you. The reason is this: my machine is ready. Everything I know already. The problem is this: safety, because people are falling left and right. Money, I owe rent, I owe mortgage, I owe permits, I owe utilities. And the other one is the business going down. I really don't know if in 2 months I have a business. So it would be stupid of me to, excuse me, let me finish it, please. I have so much stress that you don't know, because not I am behind my mortgage, not I am behind my rent, Now I have to, age of 77, I have to work. And then I don't know what happened to my business. Before COVID, this business was worth $500,000 to $1 million. Now worth zero.
I'm sorry to stop you, but
So excuse me. So I have no plan. Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So-
Go ahead. Ms.
Yes, thank you. So
Yes.
and we are sympathetic, but we got to get through this hearing. And so what I'm asking you is, we need, in order for the board to consider granting your request for a variance, we need to hear that you have some plan to be compliant. And so I hope that you're able to articulate to us what your plan is to be up and running without the use of PERC.
I cannot, after my machine, I know is a Union HXL 8000C. I know I'm going to buy this one, but I cannot bring mechanics here to do because they have the 6 feet distance. So plumbing should come one by one, electric should come one by one. I have to make the floor for the contamination of the water below. It is a job, is not for 2 days or 1 day, 1 month, 2 months. I don't know how long does it take. I have no idea. Before COVID, it was going to take only 2 weeks. 1 week was preparation of the floor and 1 week to clean out the PERC and hazmat and all these things. And then the second day they install the machine and put the electrical come together, mechanic come together, plumbing come together. No, it's not a situation. The only thing I know is this. I have no idea when I can start it.
Okay, let me.
Yes, ma'am.
May I, this is Ms. Prusak, and I just wanted to let you know, I actually said this to your son, but you weren't present on the hearing. Just to let you know, in the background, we have been hearing a number of cases with regard to this rule from many dry cleaners in similar situations to your dry cleaner, understanding how COVID has ravaged your industry. And what we have been doing is trying to be very consistent. So in there are 6 findings we need to make for a variance, and we've been collecting evidence for that. And also we have been requiring for each one of these dry cleaners, including yourself, to give us your path forward. And we have been trying to, where it's warranted, again, we do need to make the 6 findings. So I'm not saying in advance we're able to do that. We have to finish the hearing and deliberate. But if we can make those findings today and move forward with granting you a variance, we would only be willing to do so under very limited circumstances, as we have done with other dry cleaners that have appeared before us. So as Ms. Pruitt is saying, the longest one I think we have granted so far might have been through the end of April. And it only was granted through the end of April because there was very clear and concise plan that it would take that long to get together whatever funds, to get a machine in place, to do the installation. And also we have been having a very strict restriction on the amount of clothing that can be during the entire course of the variance. And I think we'll have to take into consideration the fact that you're continuing without a permit and without a variance to operate currently. But so Ms. Pruitt's questions are very much in that vein, trying to understand what you can do and within the constraints that I've just outlined. So if you need some time to think about that, let us know, but those are the questions.
I don't need, yes, ma'am. I have been thinking about this since the time that we started requesting for variance. I am not in any violation. COVID is a violation, is number one. Number two, I have the right to stay healthy and safe as well as my family. So I want that one. Somebody guarantee me that if I go and change my machine, nothing will happen to me. Someone is going to guarantee to me that my business will not go down, because people are losing their business. They are not coming to dry cleaners. Why I'm open 3 days, not 6 days? Because there is no business. So
Sir,
why I have to go put $80,000 for, give you a, yes, ma'am.
sir, I'm sorry. I'm just going to stop you right there. Why don't we please resume? Let Ms. Pruitt ask those questions that she has. Please answer them as directly as you can. Then the board will have questions for you as well. And then since you've switched off between your son and you can give any additional statements after that if you wish. But let's try to get through the process if we can. And I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Pruitt to ask her specific questions she still has outstanding. Ms. Pruitt.
Thank you. So Ken, if I can, it appears that you have started to make some effort to become compliant with getting a machine.
That's correct. That's
It
correct.
appears that you have gotten some quotes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we do understand that this is a time of COVID. However, the rules require the operation of non-perk machines. So
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us an estimate of any plan, how long it would take to become compliant? Is this something that you can do by April? Is it something that you can do by May? Can you give us a deadline for when you can be up and running with the compliant machinery?
Well, very honest with you, I have to see how this vaccine is working and how many people are coming back to life. How is my business? If I go from 3 days to 5 days or 6-day operation, I start immediately. If people going to do vaccination, they're ready to come and work 3 or 4 of them at the same time in the small place, my store. I have no reason to be honest to this country, which I love. I really love this country, and I never did anything wrong since 40 years ago when I came to this country, but I cannot lie to you. I don't know. I'm working only 3 days. I don't know if I have to reduce 2 days or maybe after vaccination, 6 months, 4 months vaccination, people start having the job, start coming back to work. Now, like yourself, majority of people working from home, so they don't have a dry cleaning. They don't use dry cleaning. They go to restaurant because there is no restaurant. There is no site. There is no traveling. So this business doesn't anybody. Yes, ma'am.
And we do understand that. We really do. It's just that the rules require that we see some plan and something that's not arbitrary. So what I'm trying to get at, and it seems as if you may have given me your answer, that we would, in order for the district to not oppose a variance, we would need to minimally hear that you have some concrete plan that is measurable and that does not rely on something so speculative as when COVID will be over or when it is not a problem. We need to operate absent that. So, and this is the last time that I will ask this question of you, but can you give us a timetable? And it's okay to say no if you cannot, but can you give us a realistic timetable or what the triggering factor is? Do you have an amount that you need to make? Do you have a certain amount of business that you need to resume? What is the triggering factor rather than something arbitrary like COVID's over?
Okay, the moment I start to work 6 days a week, like usual before COVID, then I can pay my rent, then I can pay my mortgage, then I can pay everything. That moment, the moment that you see Parklane Cleaners, you see my sign, you can see that, I don't know, probably from the sky. If open 6 days, that moment, I'm going to do my best to change the machine immediately. But I really don't know. Believe me, I don't know. We have been in this one for 9 months now. We don't know what the people are. The stories of the people are different. We don't know when they're coming back. I don't know when the restaurant going to be open. I have no idea.
Thank you.
The rules you are talking, yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your candor. At this point, the district has no further questions of this witness.
Um, we're going to turn it over to the board, and I'm going to ask board members if they'd like to begin questions for Mr.
Please
Nick.
do.
Okay. All right. Then I will ask a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Nick, do you
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
petition in front of you?
Do I have what?
The petition that you submitted to the district for this variance request?
No, I don't have it. The petition means that the form that we fill out?
Let me ask you, you attached 2 documents to it. One was a sales agreement dated February 24th, 2020. Had you already purchased a compliant machine before COVID? Entered into a sales?
Did I buy the machine? Did I buy the machine? No.
Did you enter into a sales agreement?
No.
Is this just
We
a?
are making decision to buy an old one, a used one,
Okay.
and that's why we were just negotiating about these 2 items that this COVID happened and we dropped everything.
Okay, that was my question.
But-
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
what happened to these 2 quotes that you received? Okay, is it still a thought of yours to purchase a used machine?
Well, the question is, I'm back again. If things go back to normal, I'm going to buy a new machine because the used machine has its own problem, and I really do not want to do that. But the new one, I do.
Okay.
I'm planning. If everything goes back, yes, ma'am.
I know your preference, of course, as a business would like to have a new machine. However, at this point, being as you are now operating in violation of both the rule and our permit rules, would you be willing at this point to consider a used machine? Otherwise, you may not be able to continue to operate.
Well, you see, changing the machine procedure, whether it's a brand new or old one, goes the same way, meaning flow preparations, plumbing, electrical, get rid of this machine is all the same, time-wise the same. My contact, my facing the people, my being not safe is the same.
Okay.
The only problem is that since I am in debt with everybody, some use machines better, but I'm not even ready for that too, because I can show you my banks, they did not foreclose on me, but I didn't pay my mortgage and my car also. They postponed 4 months of it. My utility I'm not paying, the bills are here. You can verify from the city. Many permits I didn't pay. I couldn't pay the permit. So I'm not in any position to consider, I really want to be honest with you, to consider old one, used one, nothing. The only thing I can tell you, the promise you is that we are using it as little as possible with the dry cleaning. And yes, ma'am.
We did hear that from your son, and we appreciate that. But I'm again trying to just try to focus on whether or not we can craft any kind of relief for you. And at this point, it's a little too difficult. And so I'm trying to ask a little more pointed questions. You also mentioned just now those permit fees. Would you be in a position, if that were a prerequisite to receiving any type of variance relief, would you be able to pay those back permit fees? I understand you're attempting to.
Yes. I talked to Ms. Stacy. I'm going to pay the AQMD permit because I know their budget is based on the permit and fine, most of it. So they are number one. They are not using the taxes that you pay on a property for the payroll. So they are really in the same situation I am. So they are number one to pay.
Well, and also we have a rule that we have to follow by the district, that we cannot grant or even consider a petition for a variance for which there is no current permit. So we need to know that upfront regardless.
So do I have to pay the permit fee, but at the same time it not give me permit? The permit I can give you a credit card right now, but does that mean that I'm going to have 1 year permit?
We couldn't take that. However, all I'm asking is if that were a condition of a variance, would you accept it?
Of course, with pleasure.
Would you be able to? So the answer was yes.
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The other question I have is, I do have concerns that it is now the 13th of January, and even as of today, you are continuing to operate without a variance. Yeah. If we deny a variance, or if we grant a variance and it limits you, are you going to abide by that?
Limits me for the use of PERC?
That's correct.
You know, how many gallon I can use?
Well, I can't speak for the board. We haven't even decided whether we can grant a variance. All I can tell you is we have not granted a single variance that has allowed more than 800 pounds of clothing or 1 gallon of PERC for the entire variance period. So if they're asking for a longer variance period to get into compliance, that simply means that they're stretching out that 800-pound limit. It does not give them more ability to continue to operate for longer. So I'm not sure that would even help you. It sounds to me like you were, and please answer if I have this right, but it does sound like, given your current position of your business, given COVID and understanding how COVID has very deeply affected your business and others in your industry, would you even be able to, if this board were to grant you a variance, but with that restriction, would you be able to have enough money to come into compliance? And again, considering perhaps even a used machine, I think at this point.
No, see, I'm not going to get any used machine or the new machine. And I said to Ms. Stacy before and a week ago, you can come and burn down my plant. I don't give a rat about it anymore. Because the problem I don't understand from you people, I don't understand is that what is the meaning of there is health problem and there is no money and there is no future? There's nobody promised me. If you promise me that I'm going to have a business as usual, I'm going to start it tomorrow to get the new machine, get the loan, put the machine, but somebody promised me that my customer's coming back. But I don't know. I don't know. Wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm stressed out. I'm sorry. Just please listen to me. Believe me. If you come and burn down my plant, I don't care about it. Because you do not let me to tell you that I don't know if I'm going to be alive tomorrow. Not me, my people, one of them got sick 2 weeks ago, now he's in the hospital. You don't know if you're going to be alive tomorrow. And then you're pushing the rule. All the world is different rule now. Your rule is not good anymore. How the people can say, you know what, I'm going to put the banner out of my machine, about my store. I said, Kingdom of the Air Quality Management, stop me doing it. My dear lady, I don't know if I'm going to be alive tomorrow. How can I explain it under the oath?
Mr. Nick,
How? Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to take a few moments? We can all understand that you are under intense pressure, and we can all understand that this is something that is very emotional for you. Would you like to take a few minutes?
No, ma'am. I have been in this problem, believe me, so long.
We do understand.
And
I hope you understand that as a hearing board, which is independent of the district, that we have constraints as to what we can and cannot do. And so your answers to our questions are helpful for us to attempt to assist you with any remedy. Okay.
The only one I have is this. I want to stay alive.
Yes.
That's the number one. Number two, I want to stay in the business.
We understand.
But I don't know. But I don't know where I'm going to have a business because the way it's going on.
We do understand. Stop,
yes,
stop there, Mr. Nick. Let me just turn to my fellow board members and ask if there are any specific additional questions that anyone would like to ask Mr. Nick at this point.
Yes, please do.
I see Ms. Verdugo Peralta has her hand raised. Would like to ask questions.
Yes, please.
Nick, I understand and I hear your frustration. However, as was explained, we have to abide by the rules that are set within this 4-county district. And what I want to understand from you is, do you understand that this rule was amended in 2002? And my question to you is, when did you become aware that the rule was going to end as of December 31st, 2020, and that you were going to have to come down the path of purchasing another piece of equipment? When did you become aware of that?
The same day that you sent us a notice about 2002, that you put the time for 2016, then you sent us a letter that you extended 2018, 18, 20. All the time I knew it. But the problem was that, for example, if I want to change my machine, I cannot sell it. I have to spend lots of money to get rid of it. So I was always aware of it. It's not that I was not aware of it. And I was going to do it last year. That these things happened and put everybody in suspicion. And I have a question, young lady. They're talking about the rules and regulations. If the rules and regulation, if there is a regulation, why this meeting is not in Diamond Bar? Why I have to sit down? I wish we were in Diamond Bar sitting and facing each other. You could understand me, or I wish you could come and see my plans.
Let me answer.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Ms. Prusak again. We, more than anything, this board would like to be convening in person. It has been a real, as you know, just like with everyone else with COVID, it's been extremely difficult to conduct our affairs remotely by Zoom. However, just for the same reasons that you have said that, and our condolences and our hearts go out to whoever on your staff has COVID, and I think you said a 5-year-old child. However, the AQMD staff faces the same issues, and so because of the stay-at-home orders in place in California, we must meet via Zoom. We would like to have your video.
No, I agree with you. I do agree.
Okay, so that is why. But at this point,
no, I agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
At this point, let us ask you the questions, please, and
yes,
let us try to get through the hearing process to the best of our ability. And I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Nick, that you understood that the rule actually, it was supposed to end in 2002. And I was on the board at the time, and we gave you an extra amount of time knowing that the life of these machines was, beyond 15 years. We knew it was going to be beyond 15 years for sure. And it went to the 16 and then eventually to the 18. So we felt that we were giving you enough time to plan. And that's what we're looking for today, to plan for getting a new machine. Now, I understand that COVID is an unusual occurrence, and that affected your entire business, your clientele, as well as availability of funds that you had put aside that you had to use to keep your doors open. I think we understand that. But what we're trying to get to today is to try to see if you have more of a concrete plan of letting us know when you think that you're going to be able to get the funds together to be able to purchase, whether it's a used one or a new one, a hydrocarbon machine that will end utilizing the PERC machine, because of the fact that PERC is such a dangerous solvent. And it's not just a harm to the environment, it's a harm to yourselves as well as your employees and the surrounding area. You said there's a school that's right by you. It would permeate to that area as well. So those are the main reasons that we need to get rid of these machines and put them to sunset. The rule had to sunset as of December 31st, 2020. And so we would like to work with you on this. However, we do need to hear from you, as was mentioned before by our attorney as well as our chair, that we need you to be a little bit more forthcoming, even if it's an estimate. Even if it's an estimate of when you think that you can come into compliance with this, because we've been working with other dry cleaners on a case-by-case situation, but it's because, as was mentioned also, they had a path. They had a plan in place and or were willing to put one in place with the conditions so that they could continue to operate, yet not utilize more than the limited amount of the 800 pounds. So that's where we're coming from. We're trying to work with you, sir, but we also need you to understand that the rule is in place and we have to abide by that rule. It's a health and safety issue. So I just wanted you to understand that. But by the same token, we want to hear back from you what you're willing to do. So that's my question to you. What are you willing to do?
I'm willing to change my machine as of tomorrow if somebody can guarantee me health and also business. Since I don't have those guarantees, I don't know if I'm going to leave tomorrow. I cannot lie to you. I do my best. Dry cleaning with PERC is expensive. And I'm a lawful citizen of this country. And when you said 2002, at that time, there was no machine reliable. 2012, which machine get reliable, then I got one of them. But still, I had a problem with the machine. And still, I'm using that machine not to use too much PERC. So I'm doing my best not to use PERC because holding the residual of PERC is expensive, buying the PERC is expensive, but I'm doing all of this. I cannot do anything more than that. You know I have another cleaner. You do, right?
No, we did not know that, sir.
Yeah, and on the same permit. I have a hydrocarbon machine, and we are using, because one of the reasons that during the COVID we can use more of it because of the transportation. No people was ready working to transport between this plant and other plant. But still I cannot promise you anything that I'm going to shut down my dry cleaning machine. No.
Okay,
that dry cleaning machine is for emergency. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Where is the other hydrocarbon machine located, sir? Is it in the same location or someplace else?
It is in other location, different location.
About how far away?
Probably by car, half an hour.
Half an hour. So even though that is a distance, don't you think that would be easier instead of shutting down completely to take all of the dry cleaning to that hydrocarbon machine?
No, please, I will be very honest with you. I could lie to you and say I don't have any other plan and all these things. No, I'm telling you, I'm doing my best to do it. But the problem that I cannot promise you is the transportation, the people. For example, today I have to work for 3 people. I have my son working, my daughter is working, my wife is coming to work because there's no people. So I cannot promise you that I'm going to shut down my dry cleaning machine. With her, sorry. I cannot promise you that. And otherwise, I'm going to lie to you. I don't want to lie to anybody. I'm going to do my best if the transportation is available to send. I actually are doing some of them now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's the only question I have.
I would like to follow up with questions on the other what is the other cleaners that you own?
It belongs to my son. It don't belong to me, but it's my son.
Okay. And so your son is in compliance with 1421. When did he purchase that hydrocarbon machine?
2012.
2012. Okay. Is there a reason why at that
At that time, he could use his old machine, but he decided to go and do it.
I'm sorry, what was that? What was your follow-up there?
No, I said he had a running perk machine, but he decided to go and change it to a hydrocarbon machine.
Okay, and is there any reason why in 2012 or 2013 or any time up to 2020, why you did not also make that decision to be in compliance?
I didn't have money at that time.
Okay. And I know it's an inconvenience, but is it a possibility that you bring, and again, I don't want to hear the inconvenience of finding people to do the transportation, but is it a possibility to send your cleaning to your son's hydrocarbon machine?
To do what? I don't understand.
Can you send
to
Parklane
I,
dry cleaning?
to take it from Parklane to my son and bring it back?
That's correct.
No, I cannot promise you.
Not promise. Is it possible?
Everything is possible if you have the means for it. Everything is possible if you can do it.
If it's a matter of being in compliance or being out of compliance and in violation of district rules, is it something you're willing to do?
Ma'am, whatever you want to. Believe me, I'm tired. Everybody's showing I'm tired, really. You want to shut down my machine? Do it, please. You want to burn it down? Do it, please. But do it. But send me a letter why you do it.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Because no, ma'am. Let me please finish. Let me please finish.
Nobody is trying to shut you down. We are simply
Because
Mr. Nick,
yes,
please. You have requested of this hearing board to grant you a variance. You are affirmatively asking this hearing board to do the only thing we can do, which is grant you a variance. We don't shut anyone down. We simply accept requests for variances, and then we collect evidence to see whether our findings can be made and whether any relief can be given. You have heard from members of this board, you've heard from Ms. Pruitt, that we are trying very, very, very hard to figure out any type of relief we might be able to give you. So at this point, I think, please, if you can stop fighting the hearing board or making statements that we are attempting to shut you down. We're simply, you have to understand that that rule is in place and you have been in violation of that rule since the first of the year. And we're simply trying to get to the bottom of whether there is a possibility of you continuing your business, accepting close at Parklane, and bringing it over to the hydrocarbon machine at your son's business. And you're saying everything's possible, and if we want to shut you down, shut you down. It doesn't seem an unreasonable request to find out if that's possible. So that.
Can I answer, please?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Can I answer, please?
Yes, please. If it's
I am not. Yes, ma'am. I'm not in any kind of violation. I am not. I do not agree that I'm in any violation. The violator is the COVID.
I think we
That's a
heard,
violation. You're chasing a wrong person by violation. I'm not in violation.
I understand,
So,
I understand your
yes,
position.
ma'am.
We've heard that before, that you said that before. However, the facts are, if you want a variance, one of the findings we need to make is that you're actually in violation. And so, and I think it's pretty black and white, but we understand what your point is. Okay, so I'll give you one more attempt to answer whether it's possible to bring that portion of your business, which you said before was 30 to 40%, over to the dry cleaning machine owned by your son, half an hour away, in order to stay in compliance, if it's possible. And if you want to answer,
It is yes and no. Do you want to hear the both of them, please?
yes.
If the customer bring the clothes and they do not need it, because other plant also working 3 days, both of them, the business is down 3 days. If they want to give us a week time, that's what we have been doing since March last year. But if they wanted the next day, for example, they bring today, Wednesday, for Friday, I cannot do it because at the night when I'm closing, I have to take it over there. They went Friday morning when they open the store, process it, and I bring it back Monday. So I cannot accommodate, I cannot serve the people at that timing.
So,
But if the timing do, we do it. We have been doing it if the timing permit.
it's the next,
We do it because, yes, ma'am.
it's just to cut to the next day service that you feel you can't accomplish by bringing to your son's machine.
That's very correct. The reason is not, as I was explaining before, since March last year, we have been doing, because perk is expensive. It was easier for us to send it over there and wait a week and bring it back. Cheaper for us.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Nick? Mr. Balagopalan will ask questions now.
Yes, please.
Nick, I know you're stressed out and tired. Just a couple of questions, and just want to state that the AQMD wants you to have a dry cleaning business, except it should be a compliant dry cleaning business, and you understand that, correct?
Very correctly, yes, sir.
And you're not in compliance by operating the perk machine. You understand that? By the
Yes.
rule. Okay. So it's your statements so far that we heard, you're not willing to take the risk or bite the bullet and buy a hydrocarbon machine until your business goes back to normal. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Holden will ask questions now.
Mr. Nick,
Yes, my senator.
I hear stress in your voice.
Go on, please. Go on, please.
I'm sure you're as aware as I am that stress will take you out of here.
Yes.
Becomes overwhelming. So let me ask you a couple of questions. The chairpersons read off the finding list in order to grant a variance. Have you seen this finding list before? List of findings that must be adhered to?
I couldn't understand your question, Senator.
Have you seen these findings before? The chairperson read them off early on.
Your
In order to grant the variance.
Your son was present. You were not. Would you like me to go back over those findings?
Do, please do.
Please do.
And I'm sorry, if I may, sorry for interrupting. If I may just address the petitioner to let him know that these are the findings that I sent to him, the 6 findings and the explanations, and he responded to them. So just to make sure that you understand what they're asking you, you thanked me for sending them. And if you will look through your documents, you'll see that I spelled out the 6 findings and what was necessary.
What are the findings, please?
Okay. I'm going to go through them as quickly as I can. The first finding is that the petitioner, which would mean Parklane Cleaners, is or will be in violation of a rule. So here we would be talking about 1421. The second finding is that it is due to conditions beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner that requiring compliance with 1421 would result in the practical closing of your business or an unreasonable taking of property. Now, it is the beyond reasonable control finding that we tend to focus on a lot in these hearings because it means, number one, we have to determine what steps you've taken that are reasonable and timely under the circumstances since the rule was adopted. And that's why you've heard questions with regard to when did you know about the rule, and what steps have you taken since 2002 to be in compliance. Also with beyond reasonable control, because you are a small business, we will also consider your financial ability to comply. And that's why we take into account the fact that there is COVID and that you've lost a lot of your business. So those kinds of things have been very relevant in our determination. We also need to know that the closing or taking of your property, meaning if you had to comply, would have a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. And that is where we look at PERC as a toxic air contaminant and the fact that the district has worked very hard to get it out of our basin, our air basin. And so weigh that against any harm to you without a variance. We also look at whether you could curtail your operations in lieu of obtaining a variance, meaning instead of getting a variance today, which means could you bring your cleaning somewhere else and be in compliance? That's one of the things we look at. The other is, next finding is whether you will reduce excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible. And that is where we have been asking anyone who is willing to do so, and then we consider it, and whether we're granting a variance, we have been putting that condition limiting for the entire variance period to 800 pounds of clothing that is processed by PERC, which is essentially 1 gallon. And then during the period that the variance is in effect, monitoring the emission levels, and we've been accomplishing that by requiring, as part of any variance that we've been granting, that weekly reports of poundage that have been you have used the PERC machine be sent over to the district and to the clerk of the board. So those are the findings that we need to make today. And again, we have very limited jurisdiction as a board. We can't give you an exemption to the rule. We can't waive a rule. We can only make those findings. And if we can make those findings, craft a variance that brings you into compliance as quickly as possible. So that's that. And Senator Holden, do you have additional questions with that?
Right. We have Exhibit C. It's the declaration of Mark von der Aar. Did you get a copy of that declaration?
I don't remember that, Senator.
That was sent just this morning. And I don't know if, I know your daughter was trying to pull it up. I don't know if you got an opportunity to see it.
So therefore, he may not be
What
familiar.
should I do? What should I do with that, Senator?
Well, I think it's part of the.
We don't need, it doesn't need to become relevant to any of our, unless we're going to base any findings on it. And I don't think we need to.
It's listed in the findings.
It is lit.
This is listed in the conditions. Number 3.
No, that's simply who
Who he reports to.
Who the reports would be sent to. That has nothing to do with.
The point is, if we're going to present this document each time, then it should be admitted or not admitted. Why are you presenting it if it's not going to be admitted?
We didn't present anything. We simply marked it because it was sent over. We do not.
I think, wait a minute now, what's fairness is fair. If you could presenting it to us so we can read and get an opinion before we make a decision.
I'm not presenting it to anyone.
Maybe the district.
Pruitt, you mean? Yeah, and I want to speak to that, Senator, because the last couple of cases we've had, we've been able to, under our Rule 9, admit it because it's been properly sent 10 days before with the proper language that allows for an objection to submitting it as evidence. That was not done here. So we do not need to admit it to evidence if we do not wish to. And I think at this point, we don't need to rely on it. So if there's any part of it you wish to rely on or any board member wishes to rely on, speak now, please. And then we can go through the motions of trying to get it into evidence through Mr. Vondero. But I don't think we need any of it.
Well, the petitioner might think he needed it if he's not familiar with it. If he received it in time.
Okay, but if we're not relying on it, Senator, we do not need to go through the motions of wasting our time.
No, it's not a waste of time, please, ma'am.
It
the
is.
fact of the matter is that you sent it to the petitioner. He had no time to review it, to even comment on it.
Ms. Pruitt, would you like to withdraw that? I would like to at this point unmark it and withdraw it from evidence. So
I think that's the right way to go.
okay, well, just because it was sent only a few hours before, and it's clear that Mr. Nick did not see it. So, Ms. Pruitt, can we withdraw it?
Just close the issue, fine.
Well, at this point, rather than withdraw it at this point, I'm not going to ask to admit it at this point. But if I may reserve that decision until a little later. I know that I believe it was admitted yesterday in the first case, but it was.
It was admitted yesterday because under our hearing board rules, if it's sent to the opposing party 10 days in advance of the hearing with the exact language that's required in the rule, which allows for 7 days before to give an objection to it being submitted to evidence, then we can admit it as evidence.
Right, and I do understand that.
I would be hesitant, as the senator is saying, to even admit it as hearsay at this point. It's just going to muddy the waters because it's not necessary, and Mr. Nick has not even seen it.
Okay, so yeah, I would just ask to reserve it. I don't, at this point.
Instead, we could bring in Miss Lee if we needed to, who would simply give us the incremental cancer risk and any excess emissions should we need to do that. Okay, so I know this is wholly unorthodox, but Madam Clerk, we're going to unmark those exhibits at this point. Or, well, we can leave them marked. Is that what your request? We are not admitting them to evidence. So board members, at this point, they are not in evidence in any respect. So when we deliberate, we will not rely on them unless Ms. Pruitt wants to call Mr. Vondero at some point and bring that in. So we're going to leave them marked. Excuse me. Marking them has nothing to do with whether we can consider them. But I'm going to instruct the board, we may not consider it unless additional information and evidence is given to support it. Okay, Senator?
Mr. Nick, in your petition, you stated that you lost 70% of your business, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also testified.
I lost 75% of the business. Yes, sir.
You also testified the cause of your losing the business was that people don't bring as many clothes in because they work at home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And they work at home because of the virus, pandemic? Is that your understanding?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So you're only realizing about 30% of your business today.
Yes, sir.
You understand the question? You only
Do I have any questions, sir?
30% of your business as of today's operation. Yes or no?
I didn't understand your question, sir.
30%. You're doing 30% of your business due to the pandemic. You lost 70%, so 30% is the remaining, right?
I lost 70% to pandemic. Out of 70%, out of 30%, which is now, 30% of them are dry cleaning. Is that your question, sir?
No, you total business, I thought you're down to 30% of your operation.
I lost 75% of my operation, sir.
My next question is, if you were to buy a new machine, be in compliance with 1421, do you have enough business to finance the debt, to service the debt? On the remaining business that you have today on a constant basis, would it be sufficient to service the debt if you bought the machine for $80,000?
If I buy a machine today, if I can serve the customer.
That's the question. If you bought a machine,
no, I don't.
If you borrowed the money to buy the machine today, could you service the debt based on your income?
Did I increase my income? I'm sorry, my senator. I cannot understand your question.
Are you having trouble hearing the senator? His question was, if you were to purchase a machine, put in a purchase order, and finance it, could you service that debt today?
Pay out of my pocket? No.
Could you service if you financed it? Could you pay the debt? Not all at once. Could you pay it if it were financed?
Meaning, do I have ability to pay it?
Yes, if you finance.
If I finance it, no. At this point, I'm still talking to you. No, I'm behind everything. I'm behind my mortgage, behind my rent, behind my utility, behind my permits, behind my taxes, everything. But all of them broke the rules. Even IRS broke the rules and postponed it for another 4 months.
We understand, sir. Again, I hope you understand that we have limited jurisdiction. Again, we cannot suspend rules as a hearing board. We cannot provide exemptions. That's just beyond our jurisdiction. We can only listen to and hear evidence of whether or not a variance is.
Can I have a question, please?
We're trying not to, we are asking questions. Senator, do you have any additional questions?
Yes. If Rule 1421, if it were not in effect, that means applying to your operation, would you have sufficient funds coming in to service the debt from a new machine, in your opinion?
No. No, sir.
Even if 1421 was not in effect?
Yes, sir. Now that I'm talking to you, sir, you can come to my office. You can see all the bills are not paid because we reduce our business dropped 75%. We are trying to hang out to see if we can survive the business. We are not making any money. Me, my wife, my son, my daughter, working as a labor, so many other problems. So regardless whether I change the machine or not, we are in a terrible position in money-wise.
Okay, did you have any other questions, Senator?
Yeah, if you were operating 100% of your business, could you finance this machine?
I can, yes, sir. I can do it immediately.
And why are you not operating?
Yes, sir.
Why are you not operating at 100% in your opinion?
If my business come back to 100%, definitely I can change it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta had another question, and I don't want to. I feel that we're repeating a lot of things, but if we can move forward.
Mr. Nick, in trying to find a solution for you, have you approached SBA or any other financial institution for a loan for this machine?
My dear lady, I don't have a problem to get a loan. My problem is that whether I can pay back the loan, because I don't know what the business is going to be tomorrow or next month. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get the COVID and go to hospital and die. I don't know.
Okay.
So I have a
Just wanted to
question.
know.
I have a question. I know you are asking a question. I have a question. Do you like to answer or not? I have a question. Do I have the right to get a lawyer? Because all the word that you're using is the court law.
Mr. Nick,
Is not a face where I didn't know I'm in a court.
Mr. Nick, you are not.
Don't I have the right to have a lawyer?
You're not required you are not required to be represented by a lawyer. I'll read you the rule. Hold on.
Okay.
You can choose to be represented, but it's not required.
Yeah, it's not required to be.
You can choose to be represented.
Okay, sorry, excuse me, Senator, I'm going to read the rule. Okay. Representation by legal counsel. A party in any hearing board proceeding may be represented by legal counsel, but this is not mandatory. And in fact, no dry cleaners have been represented by legal counsel. If a party elects to proceed without legal counsel, this does not entitle such party to a rehearing based on lack of legal representation. If a party elects to proceed without legal counsel, such party is held to the same legal standards as if the party were represented by counsel. This is your request, oh, sorry.
Nick.
Nick, thank you. Mr. Nick, this is your request. We are hearing your petition. You chose to come without counsel today. If you wish to stop the hearing, continue it, get counsel, that's fine. However, you have now put the district and this hearing board on notice that you are continuing to violate 1421. You will not have protection. You will not have a variance. This is your request. This is not, no one else initiated this petition. And so, of course, you had to be represented by counsel. It is not mandatory.
You are repeating that my violation. If this meeting was done last year, December, not January 13, I was not in any kind of violation. You keep telling me I'm in violation. I'm running the machine without a permit because you put the date for me, not me to put the date for me.
Mr. Nick.
And you are roasting me. Enough is enough. Do whatever you like to do. I cannot take it anymore. I cannot take any more from AQMD. Enough is enough. Don't roast me.
I think
you told me I'm violation. I'm not in violation of anything.
Mr. Nick, I think you need to take a few moments.
Just relax, calm down.
Yes. Just take a few moments. Why don't we do that? Why don't we take a short 5-minute break?
Mr. Nick?
We'll take, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Mr. Nick will take, excuse me. Mr. Nick will take a 5-minute break. Totally understanding that this is a very emotional topic for everyone who is facing this. I simply want to be very clear that the hearing board can only hear those cases that are petitioned for. Once you petition, we need to notice the public, and it takes a long time to do that. This hearing board is not dragging its feet. This hearing board didn't choose.
Oh, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
To wait, I'm just letting Mr. Nick know.
Because he got to unwind.
Yes, he does. That's why we're gonna take a 5-minute break. So Mr. Nick, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we will come back. And if there are any remaining questions, we'll move forward. And also if you wish to continue this hearing, but it might be a while before we can hear it again. But representation of counsel is not necessary. Okay, let's come back on at 12:20. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, 12:20, please come back. And Mr. Nick, please make sure you
excuse me.
Yes.
Make sure that he understands not to get off the call, to just take the 5 minutes and remain open.
Okay, so Mr. Nick, but definitely please mute your phone so that anything you might want to Okay, we're off the record until 12:20.
Now, Dad, come and pick up my phone and give it to David because Barry and Miguel called.
Okay, if we can start assembling back.
Please.
Okay. Just waiting to see if Dr. Bernstein is still with us or back with us before we go back on the record. Dr. Bernstein, if you are present, if you could just let us know and turn on your camera. We are still waiting for Dr. Bernstein. There he is. Okay. We are back on the record. And Mr. Nick, before we left,
Yes.
I just wanted to once again, just remind you, the petition was yours requesting a variance relief. That's
Yes.
the only thing that this board can do. This board cannot
Okay.
suspend rules or exempt companies or facilities from rules. We do need to gather evidence as to the 6 findings. And with regard to whether you need to be represented by an attorney, again, that's always your choice. However, it's not required. And as you've seen from the board members and from Ms. Pruitt, I think you see that the board is trying to really bend over backwards to assist you in giving us the information that we need so that we can try to craft a remedy for you. And so that's where we are right now. And we do understand the emotions, and I'm glad we took a few minutes. I'm sorry. Ms. Peralta, were you asked? I can remember who was asked. Was anyone still have questions outstanding that they wish to ask? Ms. Pruitt.
If I may, I have developed somewhat of a rapport. So I'm asking if I may just reopen briefly to ask him questions, because I think that perhaps I can help him present this in an orderly fashion so that you can use the information that I'm able to glean from him a little better. If I may just have a few moments of indulgence.
Absolutely. Ms. Pruitt, please.
Thank you. Mr. Nick,
Yes.
how are you? I know this is very upsetting, but I wanted to try to first just give you an explanation. You and I spoke a few times, and I sent you the information of the findings. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
The things that you needed to show. And what the board is trying to do is trying to get the information so that we can try to work out a scenario where you can potentially, without harming the public, still run your business and make a living. But there is some information that they must necessarily have. So I'm going to try to ask you some questions so that you can give the information so that they can make an informed decision. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
So, ordinarily my questions don't come with the preface or something before them, but in this case, just to make sure that you understand what I'm asking, I may give just a little more than what's usual. And in this case, one of the reasons why they're asking and why I've asked, is there a path to your being in compliance, is that in order for them to grant you the variance that you need, they need to know that you have a plan. In other words, you know how long it would take to buy the equipment, what equipment you potentially can afford, how quickly it can be in. Now, what they're not going to be able to do, and I can tell you this in advance, is no one can guarantee you how successful your business will be in the future. Yeah, that's just not something that any business we can do for any business owner. So that's something that's beyond our ability to give you. But if you can just follow along and understand that, you know, you have to have some plan to be in compliance, meaning that, you know, they were throwing it out there that if your son has a compliant piece of equipment, it may not be the best operating solution, but in the interim, perhaps if it's part of your plan that you can stay open by getting things to your son's business, then that's a possibility for you to remain open. Another possibility is that you buy a piece of equipment, since you said that you could get the loan, so that you can figure out how long it will take to get it installed. What they need is something concrete to hang their hat on. And so what we're asking you is, knowing that no one can guarantee any business's success. That's just a part of entrepreneurship, that it's a gamble with any business. And knowing that if the variance was granted, they would need to know how long it would take you to become operational under the guidelines of the rule, meaning that how long could it take you to either be in compliance by operating with your son's equipment or the installation of new equipment. So it's that simple. In order to be able to grant the variance, they need something concrete. So is there anything you can give the board that you would be willing to do in order to keep your business open?
Yes. What I can do is that I promise I'm not going to buy any more perk.
Okay.
And
That's a
I'm
good
promising that, excuse me?
That's a very good start.
Okay. I'm not going to buy any more perk. That's number one. Number two, the first one is very expensive. Number two, I'm going to use, in that regard, I have to use my son's machine, because if I have to keep that the remainder, I have to use his machine. Then I'm going to make a contract with the people. The main problem is that the people are not ready to come to work together, because I have to fix the floor. You know, there is a regulation for when you change the machine, you have to redo the floor.
Okay, so let me stop you right there. So the first step is you would need to fix the floor. What kind of a time estimate would you give us to fix the floor?
You know, the person was here before. He said he needs 2 weeks after the machine is moved. He needs 2 weeks to prepare the floor and do the epoxy needed for the new pad. And then the electrical guy is coming separately. The other comes separate. Probably we need about 8 weeks.
Okay, so let's just, if you don't mind,
and then
if we can, excuse me 1 second. So you're saying at least 2 weeks for the floor, but it would have to be after the removal of the equipment. So would you say that would take a total of 4 weeks or 3 weeks, or what would you give that?
8 weeks. 8 weeks. So the way that they are coming, because they are not coming together, they want each individual. They want to come here, nobody here. They work and they go. The other group comes. The electrical, plumbing, dismantling the machine, cleaning the perk, hauling the perk, and they go out, and then the floor people come in, and then the new electrical and plumbing coming, and then bring the machine.
That's why I'm trying to have you break it down for us, rather than give it to us as one clump. If you can break it down, the first step would be to have who come in.
First, after I buy the machine, when I get the machine ready, I have to move existing machine. That's a dismantling the machine, get rid of the perk and then all the equipment. And when they're gone, the floor man comes.
How long would that take? How long would that take?
Oh, I never did it before. Probably a week or two.
Okay, let's say 2 weeks.
Okay.
And after that's done, what is the second step that you would need to do?
Floor preparation.
So floor prep, how long would floor prep take?
At least 2 weeks.
So an additional 2 weeks, we're at 4 weeks. What is the third step? What is the third thing that you would need to do?
Redo electrical and plumbing.
And how long would that take?
I'm guessing 2 weeks, 2 weeks.
Two weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that, what would the next step be?
After that, they have to dismantle the machine, the new one, bring it in and install it and run it and test it. The one that my son did from same company, Union, the whole operation took about 4 weeks.
So,
so
is it
bring the machine? Yes, ma'am.
So after the perk machine is removed, is it your
Yes, ma'am.
understanding, or do you understand that you would be in compliance because the perk machine is gone?
No, but after the perk is gone.
Well,
Yes. Yes.
Does that make sense
Yes,
to you,
ma'am.
what I'm saying? Once the perk machine is
Yes,
gone,
yes.
no longer using it,
Yes.
then you're not out of compliance.
That's right.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then the next thing is, can you, or would you be able to bring your, well, this would have happened first, but to bring your permit current, because all of your permits with the district have to be current. And it seems like that's something that you said that you could do when we spoke. If you recall speaking with me, you said bringing your permits current would not be a problem. Is that still the case?
You're talking about the permit fee, right?
Yes.
No, permit fee I can pay. The problem is that the first one is that if I am going to buy the machine, the question first is right, if there is a money somewhere that I go buy the machine and then move the perk from here, and then I'd be current.
Okay, right. So, and I'm just trying to make these very separate for you to lay these out for you. So after you get the electrical, the plumbing, and so it looks like we're at 6 to 8 weeks. Is that a good rough estimate?
That's very correct. Yes.
And so when would you imagine that the new equipment would arrive? Your best estimate based upon what
if you're asking me the one that I'm doing, not that you want me to do or you wishing to do, not you meaning that there are rules. If I have, by the end of the year, I can use only that remainder of the perk, which I have, and I'm using my son's machine. At the same time, I'm going to plan and hopefully I'm going to see how the business is going. I'm going to say business, not business in this location or not. And then by October, I start changing my machine, and by the end of December, I have the machine. And then I'm in compliance with you because I'm not buying any more perks.
Okay, so
I'm not buying any more. Yes, ma'am.
So if you're not using the machine, then you're not out of compliance.
I don't think that's what.
No, I am going to use the machine. I'm going to use it for the stations only.
Mr. Nick is saying he would like a variance where he's allowed to use all the perk that remains in his machine through the end of the year.
Okay, so then, okay, I understand that differently then. So you're saying that, I thought you were saying you wanted to use the perk in your son's machine. That is not what you're saying?
His son has a hydrocarbon.
Oh, your son
No,
has
he has a hydrocarbon.
Okay, then I misunderstood. So what you're saying is, so what I'm saying is, I don't think that the board, well, I can't speak for them, but they have not granted anyone thus far until as far as October or November, if I'm correct, that amount of time.
My dear lady, it is not that to bargain about anything. It's a reality of life that we are living in it. for sometimes the people should come accept the reality. I don't know whether, I really wish one of you come and see the plan and see the real life of the people. Because I'm not bargaining about things. I have a problem, wait a second, I have a problem with finance and a problem of facing people. The problem is only two problems. You have to stay alive and find the money. Then anything else is irrelevant. I'm promising if I tomorrow wake up and I can work tomorrow.
I'm doing my best to help you. I really am. And so what I'm trying to ask you is I'm trying to point out to you that I'm trying to facilitate or to help you give a plan, because without a plan, this can't go forward. So I was trying to help you identify the steps that you were going to take in a reasonable amount of time in order to be compliant.
I think that the part we're missing is the purchase and the financing. And I think what Nick is saying over and over is that that's not going to happen. So what I'd like to do is cut this short, because I think we're going in circles. And I think the remaining question for Mr. Nick is, if this board makes the findings for a variance and wishes to try and assist you by crafting a variance to the maximum extent that we have given to your competitors, others in your position, which is through April, with the limitation not of the perk that's in your machine, but of 1 gallon of perk, which means about 800 pounds of clothes. Is that something you think you possibly or probably or potentially even could comply with if the end date was April 30th? And if the answer is
I have
we can
yes, ma'am. Is it the word that you said is a word of God, or we can change it to not April but to November? Is it because if you're talking about the health, do you want to talk about the health of the people that you're concerned? Should I tell you?
Mr. Nick.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Question, because answer to the question. If this board were to deliberate at the end of this hearing, now we have taken all of the evidence, I think we're just repeating it. If this board were to deliberate at the end of this hearing and craft a variance and grant a variance through the end of April with an 800-pound limitation, do you think it is possible that you will be in compliance by April 30th?
How can I lie to you? I don't know, because you are trying to put a limit for me that I cannot do it. It is the health of the people you are concerned about, the 1 gallon of perk, please. There are 10,000 cars passing through this area every day. That carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide is more dangerous than this. I live with perk for 54 years.
Mr. Nick, I'm gonna stop you there, please. First of all, you're saying things that are not correct. We are not trying to place any limitation on you. The rule placed a limitation. From 2002, the limitation was you needed to stop using perk December 31st, 2020. Today, you are requesting that this board give you what's called a variance, which allows you to continue to do something that is not in compliance with the rule under certain conditions. So we're not trying to stop you or limit you or doing anything. We're trying to assist you, but we can only do what we can do. And again, Senator, I'm going to let you ask questions, but at some point we need to not be asking the same questions and getting the same answers. If there is a different question to ask, please ask it. But at this point, I think we need to move forward. You're muted, Senator.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my senator.
How you doing, my friend? What we're really saying here, sir, if you can answer affirmatively, Ms. Pratt stated, asked you a few questions, and you gave her a timeline, all the things that had to be done. You came to about 2 months. From now until end of April is about 12 weeks. Beyond that time period, you cease operation of the PERT machine, and you said you could have your son perform that service for you for a period of time. And it may be a requirement that you do that. The requirement may be that you do it, and if that's the requirement, will you be willing to do it? Have your son?
I cannot speak with my son about that, but I try my best. I have been doing it. I have been paying him to do my job during the COVID time. That's not the issue. The transportation is not also the issue. The issue is the customers. If the customers want the same day service, I cannot do it.
Oh.
And I am so low in business, I cannot lose more business. So what I'm suggesting to the board is very simple, has nothing to do, because board is saying about the rules, the rules one time there was no COVID. COVID happened, the rules should be changed. And for me as a taxpayer, for me as an American person, I can do it until the end of the year, promising I'm not going to buy any more perks, and promising that I'm going to use my son as much as possible, if the business permits. The point I'm making that maybe the member of the board, they do not have a cut in the salary 75% to understand what hell I am, that I cannot pay even my mortgage. I have to say, look, I'm the top of the water. I cannot promise something that I cannot do, but I'm going to my best not to buy perks. Not to buy perks. I'm repeating myself for 2 million times. Now I'm going to buy perk if I stay alive, if I'm not in the hospital, and if the business come out by the end of this year. I promise you, by the end, I'm not going to buy any perk. I'm going to use it. By the end of this year, I'm going to have the machine. Beyond that, I cannot promise. I lie to you. The only one that is telling me about rules were right before COVID. Now we have COVID. Take it, understand it. Don't then tell me this. I do not have time, no money, no nerves. I'm sorry yelling. Believe me, I'm sorry.
Mr. Nick, I'm going to have to mute your microphone if this continues. Okay? I'm only going to respond once, and I'm going to ask my board members not to ask any more questions that we know are going to have the same answer, so that we do not elongate this. However, I'm going to say one thing, Mr. Nick. I have said it a number of times. We are the hearing board of the AQMD. We are not the governing board of the AQMD. It is the governing board who adopts rules and amends rules and rescinds rules. The hearing board does not do that and cannot do that. So when you say the rules should be changed, that's neither here nor there for this hearing board. We can only hear what you have to say and make a decision based on the findings we need to make and whether we can craft any kind of relief for you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Board members,
Thank you.
are there any other questions that will not cause a repeat of the same responses? Okay, thank you. I'm going to then turn it over to Ms. Pruitt. Ms. Pruitt, would you like to introduce any affirmative witnesses?
The district has no affirmative witnesses to offer at this time.
Do you know, Ms. Pruitt, if we were to call on Ms. Lee, would she give any other answer other than what we have received in our similar matters, which is that any incremental cancer risk from using a perk machine for a year with 10 gallons of perk, the incremental risk is 0.1 in a million, and that the excess emissions similarly are 0.22 pounds per day of perk?
Yes, her answer would remain the same.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, please? My machine is dry to dry. There's no emission from my machine. I don't know where the emission comes from.
Okay. So, if we
don't have any emission.
so wish to have,
The perk is dry to dry, ma'am. Is a dry to dry means everything is within the contained machine. There is no leak to the air. I don't know who got that idea.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Nick,
Yes, ma'am.
question. I'm just going to say, we as a hearing board can only read the rule, which is when the rules are not on trial. The rule which was adopted in 2002 said no more use of perk in any machine as of December 31st, 2020. So your type of machine, how it gets in the air, all of that stuff is not relevant today. Only that deadline. And everything we've heard from you with regarding your situation. That's very, very relevant to our decision today. Okay, board members, then what I'd like to do is close the hearing. Oh, no, before I do that, I need to see if there's any member of the public who is present today. Any member of the public who wishes to give testimony in this matter before the board deliberates. And if so, if you can virtually raise your hand with the raise hand function, or if you're on the phone, which I don't think anyone is, so I won't say that. Okay, so I'll give a moment to see if there's anybody who wishes to be heard, but I don't think there's anyone on the Zoom call we don't recognize. Okay, there is no member of the public who wishes to be heard. Okay, Mr. Nick, if you wish to
Yes, ma'am.
short closing statement, anything you wish to leave the board with, this is the time to do that.
Yes, I do not understand. I didn't understand so forth between the board and AQMD. What the board is doing about AQMD is running as a legal office, meaning that you are a court that AQMD hired to process the issue. I don't understand what it is legally that I am facing with, because I thought that I'm facing with AQMD and I talked to AQMD. Now I see that there's a board independent of AQMD that they make a decision for AQMD. And in this decision, the board do whatever they want to do, and I am at the mercy of the board. So I don't understand the difference between the two. Would you please explain, if it is possible to me, what the difference between these two?
I will do that, Mr. And it's because you were not present at the beginning of the hearing, your son was. Okay, this is how it works. The AQMD has a governing board. The governing board adopts rules and regulations. Those rules become binding on everyone that operates within the district. 1421 is one of those rules. That rule sunsetted December 31st, 2020. Okay, so that's the function of the governing board. Staff of AQMD, including members of district council like Ms. Pruitt and inspectors, they have the role of enforcing the rule. So if an inspector comes out to your facility and sees that you're doing something that is in violation or not in compliance with one of the rules, they have the ability to enforce those rules by whatever means they have at their discretion and disposal. The hearing board is set up separately by the legislature of the state of California. We are set forth in the Health and Safety Code of the state of California. We are appointed for 3-year terms, and there are 5 members, and our qualifications are set forth in the Health and Safety Code. We can only hear matters that are set forth in the Health and Safety Code as well. One of those types of matters is a facility such as yourself may petition the hearing board for a hearing to determine whether or not you can have a variance which would give you protection from enforcement for a certain period of time. That is what you have petitioned this board to hear. We are independent of the district because the district is always a party to our hearings. So as you see, Ms. Pruitt is here and she is representing the district today. So if we were employees of the district, we would not be independent. And so we would not be able to do this judicial function. We're not here today determining that you are in violation. We're not determining anything like that. We are simply here listening to your request to have protection from enforcement for a certain period of time under a variance. We do this regularly. So we have not been convened specially for this rule or for this hearing. We are a permanent member. We are a permanent function of the district. So I hope that answers the question, but we're not here to shut you down. We are simply here to determine whether we have enough evidence to allow you what you've requested, which is protection for a certain period of time from the rule 1421. And with that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Pruitt for the position of the district and your closing statement. Oh, sorry, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator.
Am I on? Yeah. Sunset means that the rules cease to exist. That's the definition of sunset. When the sun sets, it's over and done. However, the right explanation is that the rule requires you to be in compliance by end of the year and thereafter. So
It's sunsetting the use of PERC. That I think Ms. Verdugo-Peralta used that term, and it's sunsetting.
no, that's not, sunset doesn't mean that.
Right. Well, that's how I think that the governing board thought of it when amending the rule in 2002. Okay, well, it's clear. I think it's clear. The rule says no more use of PERC December 31st, whatever we call it. Okay, Ms. Pruitt, your closing, please. You are muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And thank you, Mr. Nick and Ms. Nick, for coming before the board today. I am indeed saddened by the havoc that COVID has wreaked personally and on communities nationally and internationally as well. And the district is not unsympathetic to this. While we understand that there are financial hardships to businesses, we still have a set of rules that we must follow in order to keep the health and well-being of the public in check. And some of those are, in this case, not using PERC anymore. You know, I was honestly hoping that we could come to some sort of a resolution in that Mr. Nick could find another route to keep his business afloat without using PERC in violation of the rules. I even was hoping that he would be able to remove the equipment so that he would no longer be in violation. But if that's not a possibility, and if it's not a possibility that he can use his son's equipment, then the district must be opposed, absent his ability to somehow be in compliance and the district be able to craft a resolution, or excuse me, conditions that he would agree to follow. But repeatedly, he has seemed to state that he cannot agree to follow the conditions that we might put forward. And based upon that, I am forced to oppose the request. And should the district decide to craft something for him, then I would only ask that they keep in mind as well that he has the financial obligations that I think that he has expressed he would be willing to pay. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question from Ms. Stacy, please? Can I do it, pretty please?
We've closed the hearing.
Because I'm sorry because what happened, Senator, please listen to me. You're my age, I understand. They are going to protect the public from PERC. That's I don't know, right or right, doesn't matter. But at the same time, they put me and my family in danger of COVID. That's not a problem. As long as we are going to help the public. So understand me, Mr.
I'm so sorry. I had to do that. Mr. Nick, we are no longer listening to you. because we really, we have heard from you and we again sympathize, but at this point we have closed the hearing. And I understand that this is very emotional for you. But we do need to start deliberations, board members, and I'm hoping that Mr. Nick is listening to what we're saying. And I want to begin deliberations if the board will indulge me. I think this is such a hard case because I do think the findings can really be made for a variance. In particular, you know, we received a petition, and it's very clear that this petitioner was attempting to be in compliance in February, March. There's estimates, 2 different estimates, one for a used, one that's part of the petition, attached to the petition. Clearly, it is beyond the reasonable control, as we've heard from so many petitioners, and Mr. Nick and Parklane Cleaners is no exception. COVID is I can't imagine a petitioner putting an exclamation point more than Mr. Nick did. And I hope Mr. Nick, you are listening and you understand that this board is very sympathetic. This is an industry that has been, I said the word before, absolutely ravaged by COVID restrictions and what's going on with COVID. And that is why we are attempting to work this out and help and assist with variance relief who we can. So I just want to be able to say that I can make the findings. I also think that we are to consider financial capability. I do believe up till now that that has been difficult, if not impossible, for this petitioner to comply. Without a variance, I do believe that this facility would need to close down. It is right now, it only has a perk machine. So for that dry cleaning, except for that which he's bringing to his son. But we didn't hear that 100% could. So unlike the curtailment that we saw in lieu of a variance the other day that I thought, I see this as a little bit different. However, I do believe that we could craft a variance with the 800-pound limitation, and that Mr. Nick could easily fit within that by bringing over as much of his cleaning as he could to his son's hydrocarbon machine. And so I do believe we can make all the findings. And I don't know if anyone disagrees. The problem is crafting a movement forward. And, you know, I would be willing to try and do that, even though it was like pulling teeth and very difficult to get Mr. Nick to say that it was at all possible to be in compliance. So I don't know what other board members feel, but I would be willing to do something limited. I see Mr. Balagopalan had his hand up and then Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Madam Chair, I have to disagree with you on this in saying that we can make the finding. I think Mr. Nick clearly stated it's really the financial difficulty he is in that is preventing him from buying the machine. And he only sees a path forward to compliance if and when COVID is gone and he's back to normal operation. I think he clearly indicated that, you know, because of the same day service and so forth, and the fact that he has numerous other obligations, that he doesn't see a path to making payments on the machine. He doesn't, so even giving him a variance to for a gallon or 800 pounds, actually we have to reduce it by about at least 120 because he's operated already without, you know, for a week, approximately 120 pounds. But regardless of that, you know, I understand the position he's in and the difficulty he's having, but one, he let his permit expire and he doesn't have a valid permit and he's been operated without a permit. And two, he has not demonstrated or willingness to hear. I think Ms. Pruitt and everybody was trying to craft something that we could wrap around and say, okay, as we did with the other cleaners, that you can buy the machine, you sign the purchase agreement within a week or a month, or you do it before you continue. And that clearly, I think he indicated that he's not willing to do that. He's not in a position to, even if he wanted to. I think he wants to get into compliance, but he's not in a position to because of all the other difficult financial obligation he has. So I find it very difficult, to make that finding to be beyond the reasonable control and grant variance. So I'll have to oppose it.
Thank you for that. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you had your hand up as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very conflicted on this. I want to help him. I think we all want to help him. The question is, does he want to help himself? And if we set down some conditions, would he abide by them? Because he already knows that the rule exists and he still chose to not abide by it. And that's what I'm concerned about. I don't think he understands how the AQMD and the hearing board interface, but that's, on a whole other issue, which I don't think is, it's relevant, but yet that's not what we have to make our decision upon. I want to be able to make the findings. If I would have heard one little iota of, okay, yes, I can try that, especially when he mentioned that his son has a cleaners that he can take the clothes to. Granted, he would not be able to do a 24-hour turnaround, but I think in this climate, very few can. Very few cleaners can do that because of unless they already have a hydrocarbon machine. So I would like to try to find something that we can do, but I would like to hear him say, yes, I'll go along with that. And I'm not hearing that.
And that wasn't for lack of trying.
Right.
Other board members have thoughts? Yes, Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, once again, the hearing board is put in a position to take all these facts into consideration with an overbearing cloud of COVID and what has happened to each and every one of our small businesses. And it should be very clear to everyone who takes part in these hearings and looks at these hearings to see that this board has empathy with each and every one of those small businesses. And we are attempting within certain constraints to bend over backwards to keep these businesses open. Beyond reasonable control has been put to the test over the last month to such a length greater than in the year and a half that I've been on this august body. And yes, there is evidence that Mr. Nick and his family tried to do some things, but and we might be able to make that finding up to a point. As Mr. Bagapalan has pointed out, there doesn't seem to be any path to compliance. I mean, the permit is expired. He's working outside of the permit. He's given testimony, or testimony has been given, that they were aware of Rule 1421 since 2016. And so every business owner has to make a business decision. And with this, one of those business decisions is, how do I come into compliance before the end of 2020, as is noted? And I cannot use that machine. I don't see a path to compliance that's been agreed upon, as also my colleague, Mrs. Verdugo Peralta, has stated. Mr. Nick is very emotional about this, and I fully understand that. But the question remains is whether there's any financial capability of actually purchasing a machine or even financing a machine. I think that Mr. Nick has become aware that there may be potential for SBA loans. Our district has a financial incentive grant program regarding a replacement of these machines. And yet, repeatedly, we've heard, I am not able to do that. and evidence has been submitted with regards to all the other type of bills that he is in arrears in, that he's unable to do so. And so with much difficulty and trepidation, it seems to me that I cannot make that finding of beyond reasonable control as well at this time.
Thank you very much. Senator, did you wish to be heard? Yes.
We've heard a lot of hardship cases, but today is a tearjerker. And I would say to you that we can present to Mr. Nick what the condition he would have to follow if we were to grant a variance to a limited degree. He says his son could do some of the work. Fine. He's using just so much perk the next month, a year. Limit him to that. Poundage, limit him to that. So this is the best we can do. And I think that's what should be presented to him. Give him that option to say yes or no to the conditions that you impose on him in order to grant the variance. That's more human, I think. At least we didn't cut his head off, give him life. But I would also say that we've heard so many of these cases that are really extremely tough hardship where people are put out of business. Some of them are going to die of a heart attack, all this stress. They thought things would be easy flow, but it's not. At the time that 1421 was adopted, there was no pandemic. And so people were gauging their business to the extent of buying a new machine at the end of the year, given that 1421 was in effect. I would say to you that the time has come, and somebody needs to tell the district, the board, they have to revisit this case, analyze the circumstances upon which we have to act here based on these hardship cases and on the individuals trying to make a living. For 18 years, whatever the emission has been admitted, it has been another 6, 8 months, if this pandemic goes away, should not place that much of a hardship on these individuals. We should allow them to operate, and the board have to, governing board, would have to make that decision. But it's about time they hear the facts as we hear them, the circumstances as we hear them, and reconsider. It's time overdue. The attorneys representing the district that come before us should come together with your supervisor, have them tell the board, list all these cases and the hardship and the stress that they're imposing on this board to make a decision. Someone need to tell the board, this is not good at this point in time. When you adopted Rule 1421, there was no obstacle that would prevent compliance by these cleaners. And therefore there was no protest. But now it's something that they did not anticipate, nor did the district anticipate the hardship that being imposed on these individuals at this time when they adopted the rule. So I tell you, I'll support the findings as the chair has indicated that she would recommend. And I think that beyond that point, you should share those findings, those conditions that you impose to Mr. Nick and saying, here it is. We want to offer it to you. If you accept it, fine. If you don't, that's the best we can do. But offer him something, give him a way out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it to Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. I just want to say we did attempt to do that many times. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion with some assistance that, and do you want me to go ahead and go through it, or?
Well, let me ask you, is it still the same that you had said? Because otherwise I want to just finish up discussion before you make a motion.
Well, okay, and I feel you're correct in that. I feel that if we have the same conditions that we have mostly stuck to with the other dry cleaners, that the conditions include nothing beyond April, nothing over the 800 pounds, that the fees would have to be paid. And if he could show us a purchase order within a 30-day period, and I'm not sure that he can do any of these things. But as the senator said, these are extraordinary times. And if he can do this, it's a possibility. If he can't, I mean, what have we lost?
You know,
we're still going to try to get him into compliance, just like we have everybody else. He's not going to be emitting anything else, and he would be having to take the clothes to his son's facility to get the job done, which I know he's resistant in doing. But if that's the only way to keep your doors open,
I want to say something. It's ironic that you have been persuaded that way when something you said was persuading me to go the other way.
I know.
What you said, no, I want to keep discussing this because what you said gave me pause, and that was reminding us that and not to roast, sorry, Mr. Nick, as he was saying, but the truth is Mr. Nick is not in compliance. And the truth is that Mr. Nick didn't say he's not in compliance. He said COVID is not in compliance. And we do understand why he said that and the injustice of what is going on because of COVID. And I'm not holding him responsible for that, but I am very concerned that we are simply going to give additional time, but there's no intention behind it to really comply. Because if he wasn't going to be willing to comply with 1421, saying it's not him, it's COVID, then why would we believe that he would comply with further restrictions that we would impose in an order? And so I'm actually going the reverse based on that.
I'm also concerned that we're setting him up for failure.
Yes. And we did do that early on, trying to bend over backwards for another petitioner. The petitioner said, I give up. I can't, even though you tried to bend over backwards for me, I'm just not going to comply with the variance. It's too difficult, so I'm just shutting down. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to do these kinds of gymnastics that are going to put petitioners in the position of just not complying with our orders. Mr. Balagopalan and then Dr.
No, I think in the end, when Ms. Pruitt tried to work with him, the very end, I think his conditions were that he will no longer purchase, but he wants to continue to finish what he has, which is about maybe 30 to 50 gallons. And he does not see, and basically continue to operate in violation of, with PERC until COVID situation improves, and so he's back into regular business. And I think clearly, time and time again, his financial situation is what he said that's preventing him. I think it was very clear because he owes on the rent, the mortgages, car payments, and district fees, and so the financial situation is unfortunately that he's in is what is preventing him. But I think he's clearly stated that, so putting a condition and setting him up for failure, I don't see why we want to do that when he has not taken the step to show that he can come into compliance. So I will make a motion after the discussion to, I'll wait. Yeah.
Dr. Bernstein, he had something to add as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. B's reiterated exactly what is on us. So I'm going to take a lot of time, but
let me stop you. We just lost, did we lose Cynthia? We just lost Cynthia. So before you say anything, save what you're going to we're going to have to get Ms. Verdugo Peralta back on the phone. So Mr. Nick, just Stay firm for a moment. We've lost one of our board members from the Zoom call, from the Zoom hearing, I should say. And what I see that the clerk has turned off her video, so I'm assuming she's trying to get in contact with Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
And I apologize, but when we come back, I have the family on the phone saying that they cannot speak because they've been muted, and I explained that they were muted. I think that some of the statements, they disagreed with the way that they were presented, that he was able to comply with some, but I don't want to say anything until we have everyone back. But I'm sorry, it's in an awkward position because he's been muted, so they're calling me.
Okay.
Okay, and so I'll
because the hearing was closed, and unfortunately, Mr. Nick was well out of order. And while we were being extremely understanding, taking breaks, allowing some of the out of order because we understand the emotions behind it, the record is closed, and Mr. Nick has been asked and re-asked and asked again, and I don't, at this point, to reopen and get different answers.
Okay, and if I may, just the hearing is closed, and although you or your brother would like to speak in lieu of your dad because of his emotionalism, yes, it's just that the hearing is closed at this point, and I don't. We don't have all of the members back yet, but if you'd like to hold on and just keep watching, but I don't think that it's going to be reopened. I'm not sure though, so just hold on, okay?
Okay, because I'm on my phone.
We are hearing, but we're waiting for some.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to say something, Cynthia?
Yes.
We're not on the record, but did you?
We-
We're waiting for Cynthia. Did you want anything off the record? Yes.
Yeah. The question could be put to them based on whatever condition that you would get a variance under, whether they would attempt to comply with those conditions. I
know, I hate to say attempt to comply because our orders are our orders and they're like rules. So if we put it to someone to say, will you attempt to comply? But let me just see, because the clerk is back. Did we hear from Cynthia?
Yes, she is trying to get back on through video, but if not, I did give her the phone number, and so I'm watching to see if she comes across that way, but I haven't seen anything yet. But I did speak to her, and she is.
Okay, here I am.
Got her.
Okay. Stuart, I'm going to mute you right now. Just wave your hand if you need to. Okay, because we can hear that. Okay, we were about to hear from Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just waive my comments until we decide exactly how we're going to proceed now.
Anyway, we lost Cynthia again. Wait, she's back.
It's always this time of day.
Okay. Let's try to get this out. Okay, Bernstein, go.
Okay, I'm going to waive my comments until we decide exactly how we're going to proceed here going forward.
Okay.
Letting any other comments be made. So, but thank you.
The question that was put to the board was whether we would be willing to hear from Mr. Nick's son, who we heard from, or daughter, who we heard from at the beginning of the hearing. Would we be willing to open it up? Now, we are way past lunch. So if this is going to take a very long time, then we're just going to recess for lunch and come back. Because I'm sure we all have families to feed, but I know I do.
Would you like for me to, they're on mute. I don't know why I can hear them. Oh, they just can't hear me, excuse me. Let me figure out how to turn this
I would be in favor of listening.
I think that what they're trying to do is based upon the brief amount of what the daughter was explaining to me, and excuse me because she was also a bit emotional, is that if that's their choice to take it to the Brothers facility, rather than close down, that's what they will do. And that's all I've got at this point, because I told her I was in the middle of a hearing. But I believe that that's what she communicated to me they wanted to say.
Okay, and do they want to communicate whether or not if a variance were granted, which would make that a requirement, then they don't need a variance, but that's for us all to discuss. But aside from that, we still haven't heard anything about moving forward with compliance in terms of shutting down that perk machine. And all we've heard so far is only that they are willing to go to the end of the year and use all the perk in the machine. And that's what we have to base our decision on at this moment.
May I ask a question? Let's say that they did do that. Wouldn't they get a notice of violation?
To do what?
If he continued to use the perk machine when he's not supposed to be using it until he wants to stop, wouldn't he be getting a notice of violation?
It would if the district were able to and were present to enforce the order. He's been using the perk machine this year, knowing it's in violation of a rule. But I guess the question for the board is, if he's willing to do that, I don't know why we're crafting a variance, because if he's not using the perk machine because he's going to now bring the cleaning to the hydrocarbon machine, then I am still in the position, but I listened to my fellow board members, that I was in yesterday, which is, I can't make finding number 4, which is curtailment in lieu of a variance. Why are we crafting a variance to say you bring it over to a different machine that's in compliance when they could just do that without a variance? I'm not sure why we're doing that.
Yeah, that seems pointless. I mean,
Well, I think we have to hear, don't we have to hear from them to see whether they are even willing to do that?
I mean, are they speaking for their dad? I mean, the dad is the owner. He's the one
Right.
who's, who said what he said.
In the morning, they were willing, the son and daughter were willing. Once he came online, the father, he wasn't willing.
So then I don't know what else to say other than it is really the father whose testimony matters the most. And he's already testified about this. Do we want to open up again and then yet again have the same answer?
I'm not in favor of reopening it. So
I think we asked and we asked and we asked, and if the proffer of evidence is that they would bring it to the hydrocarbon machine, then we don't need to give a variance. Senator. You know you're muted, right? Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we heard that. Hear you.
Trying to get unmuted and it just kept not doing that. If it could be beneficial to the plaintiff, I see no reason why we should not open it for 5 or 10 minutes, hear what they have to say. They're making a request, and I'm not going to be hard-nosed and say no. But do they have a change of heart? Fine, maybe they do. I don't know. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
If they can convince the father.
That's fine. I have to say this. I do not like that this hearing board has gotten into the position in recent cases where petitioners come before us and push and say they will not bend over backwards until we're actually in deliberations and they say they're not getting a variance. We don't negotiate for variances. We ask and we ask and we ask, and petitioners have to give us the answers and we even explained why we're giving the questions. So now to change the mind because they see they're not getting a variance, I have an issue with that.
And we are going down a slippery slope.
It's a very slippery slope. So we're 3 members willing to reopen because I know it's kind of.
We negotiate everyone that comes before us, giving them a timeline when they can purchase the equipment, when they're going to get a delivery date, when they will be in compliance. We negotiate every one of them.
We do. We listen to what's reasonable, and we give them an opportunity to tell us what's reasonable.
That's what we need to do here.
What we don't do and what we should not do is have a petitioner say, absolutely not, cannot do this, cannot do that, and wait until we close the hearing and deliberate and say, wait a minute, I now want to be heard again. I think I can do what you're asking. That's different. That's very different. And it's concerning to me as the chair, but if there were 3 members who would be willing to reopen, Senator is willing to reopen. Anyone else? Ms. Verdugo Peralta is willing to reopen.
You want to reopen, so go ahead and reopen.
I'm thinking about it. I do have concerns.
In fairness,
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? If in fact we do reopen, can there simply be one question? And that would be,
Yes.
is Mr. Nick willing to comply with sending his perk dry cleaning to his son and not operate his perk machine? Yes or no?
And no going
if
beyond
that's
that.
what it is, then great. Then we obviously, like you said, we have no reason to actually have a variance. But that's the only thing I'm interested in. And yeah, this is probably.
All right, then 3 members have said to reopen. I hear you, Dr. Bernstein. Let's expedite whatever. Let me see if I can unmute. I can ask to unmute. I did ask to unmute. They can unmute themselves at this point. I understand because I pressed ask to unmute. And if they go beyond the answer to the question just asked, then I'll mute it again. Do they know this, Ms. Pruitt? Were you able to tell them?
They're asking just to be unmuted. They
I don't have the ability. I can only ask to unmute.
Okay, but then it might hang up the phone.
well, I'm sorry, did I not understand? You said you do not have the ability to unmute?
I cannot unmute them. I don't have that ability. Okay. Maybe perhaps they can.
You hear us? You hear us now?
Now we hear you.
Okay. So this is Nikki.
We have Nikki, we wanted to reopen for the question of,
Yes.
and again,
Yes.
to know that your father is agreeing to this. Does your father to send out?
Okay, can you repeat it? Because I didn't hear that part. He's agreeing to one more time, just write it. Did I write it down somewhere? What was it? The April thing or what else? What is it? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear it because our phones were I was on 2 or 3 different phones. So go ahead. What did you say?
We understood that you wanted to be heard and reopen the record because you wanted to say that in fact, Parklane Cleaners can send its perk dry cleaning to your brother's facility for hydrocarbon cleaning. Is that correct or not correct?
So, but they're saying, sorry, since I'm a little behind, is the April thing is not a thing, or is this just for right, or do we start that now? That's what my question is. Which one? I'm confused. Is April and this the same thing, or is this different?
Again,
Hello, this is Fred Dick. Do I have time until the end of April, like the other cleaners?
Okay, Mr. Nick,
Yes, ma'am.
We asked during testimony, during this proceeding, whether or not it's possible for you to be in compliance and stop using perk by April. The answer was no. Do you have a different answer?
No, I changed my mind now. I changed my mind because I thought it's feasible, but I changed my mind. The end of the April is fantastic for me. Would you please change that?
And why is it different for you?
because this is more feasible for me than start tomorrow shutting down my machine and start finding a driver and the van and all these things together. It's not, I cannot do it as of tomorrow.
Okay,
So April is fantastic. By that time I'm going to have a driver and a van and all these things.
Okay, so what you're saying is rather than going to a compliant machine, you just want now to opt to use your machine until April.
Ma'am, is it possible? The only thing is because honestly, one choice is going to help us better financially to get to that point would be April, because we still have to find people to drive, to pick up and deliver. And as it is, we're short staffed. So if the only other choice is to me, myself, or whatever, wake up in the middle of whatever it is to drive it, then we'll do that. We're just wondering if you can help us at least till April. That way, maybe we can gather the money, get a driver for someone to do this back and forth. I mean, I don't know. That's it. That's all. That's really it.
We're opening this for just a very short answer, and we're getting a lot more than we bargained for.
Okay.
Looking for when your father will be in compliance, not for when you can, when it's feasible and great and wonderful to get drivers.
Okay.
Can it be done?
End of April.
End of April for what? Will he be buying a?
To be compliant.
The compliance, the end of April.
What about
to be compliant?
What about the condition of a limit? A limit.
A limit of. Yes.
And I'm not saying the limit of what perk is in your machine. The board has repeatedly asked the question of whether your father would comply with a condition of a limit of 800 pounds of clothing for the entire course of the variance.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to use now we have all the information. There's no more to be said. I'm going to close. I'm going to mute the microphone, close the hearing one more time, and then the board will deliberate based on the new information you've just given. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, board members, you've heard some more information. I think what I heard was that they'd be willing to move the cleaning to the other facility by the end of April, but not that they would be buying a compliant machine. I'm not sure that we heard enough. But
I think in the previous variances, I mean, we have always got some assurance that they either purchasing or have purchased, and there was just the delay in delivery of the machine, of a compliant machine. So we don't have that here. So only that they will now say that they will agree to clean less clothes or use 1 gallon of perk at maximum until April. The other component was critical also in making those findings. Not only that, because it's a path forward. I don't think his intention is to shut down his business. He wants to get the hydrocarbon machine, but we need to know when he's going to do that, and if he's willing to put the money now and get the loan or whatever.
Senator.
I don't understand how anyone could take a hard-nosed position in this situation as been presented to us. Don't understand it. I can tell you that if he's accepting the proposal, then fine. He can't buy a machine if he's closing out a business. There's a way to accomplish his goal, and that is to be in compliance. To start out with saying, I will transport the coals to the other facility, number one. Number two, it gives him an opportunity. It buys time. You never know when the pandemic is going to go away. And if it does, then of course, he can put an order in for the machine. But if you just say, let's truncate that right away and shut him down right now, what you got here? I'm patting my heart.
Thank you.
I don't understand it. I'm sorry about that, my dear friend.
No, that's.
I don't understand that.
Well, and when we, and certainly on these cases, we can definitely disagree. There's so much on both sides. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you wanted to add.
My concern is I didn't hear anything about, and we're willing to purchase a machine, or we will present a purchase order within a 30-day period. And I know he said, well, I'm not going to have the money to pay for that loan. And the only way he would have it would be if he did take the clothes to his son's facility.
I would at this point, the only thing I could see as a path forward is giving I would not give to April just to transfer clothing to another machine.
Yeah, because that's all it sounds like he's going to do.
That's absurd. So the only thing I would be willing to do would be an extremely short variance, which would give them time to put in place that transportation between the two facilities. And by very short, I would say to the end of this month, I think is more than reasonable to get into place. And I would have to say there would have to be a limit, that 800-pound limit that we had given. It would have to be it would be a much smaller limit in that time. But I also think if we were to give any kind of variance, our rule is very clear. Those permit fees have to be paid as well. So those permit fees are going to have to be paid by, I would say today, but I think that's unreasonable. Maybe by Friday. And that would be what I would be willing to. That would give some time. And the only thing we've heard, because we haven't heard a peep about buying a new machine, other than waiting until October, November, December, which we're not willing to do. The plan clearly is just to move that stuff over. So why allow the use of PERC until April when that could be done by the end of the month? Senator.
If he's transporting the cleaning to another facility, he is in compliance because he's not using his.
That's right, but he's asking for time to do that.
Well, he's got to get drivers. I mean, my God, you're right. We granted other people the timeline, limited amount of time to transport from one location to another. We've done that.
Yes.
In granting a variance, among other circumstances that was introduced. And so he doesn't need a variance. You want to grant him a variance and require that he does it, then fine. But you're giving that privilege to other applicants.
Well, that's why my proposal would be to grant a variance between now and January 31st. That would allow, under limited circumstances, which we'd have to craft, the use of the PERC machine until they can get that in place. Then January 31st, it ends because they don't need it anymore, because then they will be moving all of the cleaning to the hydrocarbon machine, which is in compliance. And I can't see supporting anything else other than that. And I think I just have to take a look. I could make a motion, but I need to look and see.
Plus paying the fees.
Right.
Yeah, I'm willing to support your motion, Ms. Bruzek, for the limited till the end of the month. And also to limit the amount of pounds of clothes to about 240 pounds, or roughly the 2 weeks, basically.
That's right, which is what they're doing now anyway. So that should be
right. Yeah. So to limit no more than 240 pounds of clothes clean to the end of the month, and then pay the outstanding fees by Friday, all outstanding fees.
It is Friday.
Yes.
He said he could have paid him last week.
Well, he already testified 3 times today that he can pay. He's willing to pay those fees. He's ready to pay those fees. So I think
the district can create the invoice and you can pay it online real quick.
Okay. All right. Then I'm gonna make the motion so that we can move this along. We should never be making decisions on an empty stomach like this. In the matter of Parklane Cleaners, case number 6189-1, I move that we grant a regular variance beginning today, which means there was no protection. We cannot grant retroactively. Beginning today and continuing through January 31st, 2021, for the dry cleaning perk machine that is at the Parklane Cleaners located at 7900 La Tierra Boulevard in LA 90045. I further move that we adopt the proposed variance conditions of Exhibit A with the following changes. I'm going to give a new number 1, and that number 1 shall read: petitioner shall pay all outstanding fees to the district by Friday, January 15th, 2021. Ms. Pruitt, do I need to be more specific than that?
Yes, only because if he doesn't pay the fees immediately today, which I believe he is able to do, he will be in a knowing violation of 203A. So we would ask that he make the payment immediately since he says that he is able to.
Okay, thank you. You're right. It will have to be today. Outstanding fees by the end of today. January 13th, 2021. That will be new condition number 1. Renumbering all the conditions thereafter. Condition number 2 will, instead of 800 pounds of clothes, will be changed to 240. So the limit will be under the variance. And I want to add, so it will be petitioner may continue to operate the perk machine not to exceed 240 pounds of clothes over the course of the variance. To be clear that in total. Okay, we can get rid of number 3 because I don't believe they'll be doing that. Sorry, 3. I said 3. Existing number 2. I would delete. Okay, we'll keep what was condition number 3. It still is condition number 3. So now we don't have to so we have the new condition number 1. What was condition number 1 will now be condition number 2 with the change of 240 pounds instead of 800, and it being clear that it's over the course of the variance. What was existing 2 is now deleted. So the numbering continues as it was. 4 is fine.
Becomes 2.
Sorry?
3 becomes 2. If you delete 2.
I added a number 1, and then what was number 1 becomes 2, and what was 2 is deleted, and so 3, 4, and 5 stay as they are. The excess emissions are 0.22 pounds of perk a day when the machine is in use, and that completes my motion. Is there
I'll second.
I'm sorry, did you have an end date? I'm sorry, Ms. Prusik.
Yes, January 31st.
31st, okay, all right.
And Mr. Verdugo-Peralta has seconded it. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Yes.
Senator, how do you vote?
I've already got a heart.
So what is your vote?
Is it on? Let me see. Yeah. Okay, aye.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And I just want to be very clear for the Nick family that what we have done today is we have granted a variance which gives you protection from enforcement of Rule 1421, which means you may continue to operate the perk machine at the Parklane Cleaners. However, we have imposed conditions on that. First of all, the variance will end January 31st, and the board's decision is that that should give plenty of time to make arrangements to move all of the cleaning from the perk machine to the compliant machine. Further, those fees must be paid by the end of today. And while we wanted to give you additional time, we were not requested to give a variance from a permit, the requirement for a permit, nor can we. And so, oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Okay. Nor can we. So, so those fees that are outstanding must be paid by the end of today, or the variance no longer, you are now in violation of the variance. We have put a limitation over the life of the variance in terms of how many pounds, and it's based on the poundage that you told us that you are currently doing. So it's approximately 120 pounds per week. It's 240 pounds total that you may clean using the perk machine between now and January 31st. You will be required to please email weekly the poundage use to Mr. Mark Bondero, sorry, Mr. Bondero, beginning this Saturday, so that we can keep tabs of how much you have used over the course of the variance. And you will have excess emission fees for every day you use the perk machine, which will be paid within 30 days of a notification that those fees are due. And that is the variance. And board members, thank you very much for really, really, really excellent attention to this matter and all matters, and deliberation. And thank you, Ms. Pruitt, for your work on this case as well. Is there any other business before we finally adjourn and feed ourselves?
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out that, you know, in the event that the petitioners choose to, they would have to submit a request to Jamie Allen in the financial department to waive additional fees. And I say that because I just want to make it clear that that's one of their options. I just want to be
Can you spell that name so that they know?
Jamie, Jamie, Allen, Allen, and they would have to ask for her approval to waive any penalties, such that they can pay today or make the payment immediate.
Okay, so please do that, and so that we can limit whatever fees to the greatest extent possible. Okay, any other business board members before we adjourn for today?
I just, do they have Jamie's contact number, or are they going to contact her by email?
If you wish to contact by email, it would be Allen, ALLEN @AQMD.gov. Again, that's Allen, ALLEN @AQMD.gov. Okay.
And they should ask her to prepare an invoice so they can pay it online today.
Okay, so both of those things. Make sure you request an invoice so you could pay it online today, and for a waiver of penalty fees.
And it's actually jallen1 @AQMD.gov.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
ALLEN 1, the number 1 @AQMD.gov. JALLEN, the number 1 @AQMD.gov. Thank you for that, Ms. Pruitt. Okay. Any other business before we adjourn? Thank you, board members. We will we'll be back in tomorrow.
Have a good day.
You all too.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience in this.
Have a good day, everybody.
Difficult.
Thank you, Ms. Pruitt.
Well, thank you.